Right, we can start. We can start now, and we will chair. Abbiamo un echo. Okay, we will chair this session. Dr. Khan from Melbourne, Australia, and me. So we have plenty of speakers, but some of them are in presence and some are not. So we will have 10 speakers, and we calculated not more than 15 minutes each. So he is very precise, and he will keep timing. So so this is the fourth session, scientific session, balneology in the world. And the first speaker is our friend Olga Surdu from Romania, changing the old paradigm of balneotherapy. Olga, the floor is yours, please. 15 minutes or less.
So good morning, dear colleagues. I put on my first slide the logo of the Congress that comes from Publius Ovidius. I did this because Publius Ovidius is my fellow citizen. He was exiliated at the northeastern age of the Roman Empire by the Octavian Augustus, and he spent the last years of his life in Tomis, that is my town. So, thinking of him, that wrote many letters to Rome to asking to come back, I will present you my ideas on how we can bring balneology in the third millennium. That I will present, it's not a critical review. It's an attempt, a plea for a modern, multi- and transdisciplinary approach of balneology. Balneology itself is multi- and transdisciplinary science. It is connected from the beginning with geology, hydrogeology, with chemistry, because mineral water and mud need to be described from this point of view. Is related to physics, because what we do is thermotherapy, as you will see later. And it's tight connected with new science, biology, molecular biology, genetics. Change alone. No, back. It's a difference that from what it's happened in balneotherapy, because it's a little bit more modern than the science. In treatment facilities for balneotherapy, we find digitalization. Medical record of patient are on digital. The programmation of our rooms and so on is on digital. So the therapy is in front of the science. All the medical specialty are connected to balneology. So we are in a situation when we see all the medicine, all the other science. And each of these have a huge progress that might bring to us a little bit light on old balneology. Speaking about physics, some information are since ancienity, but new information that are less less than 100 years is energy entropy and its connection with balneology. We know from the high school and maybe from gymnasium that energy can do mechanic work, energy can heat, and can be transferred from one physical system to another physical system. And this is what we do, balneothermotherapy. The human body is in contact with the medium of bathing and exchange energy. Connected to energy is the order of the system. It is an attribute of energy and is entropy. Entropy measures disorder that exists in a system. The higher the disorder, the progressive the system is. Many things can occur in this system. Meanwhile, lowering the entropy near to zero, it means almost death for the biological system. So, in this context, we can see that living beings can act both anti-entropic to keep internal parameter between the preset limits of functioning. This is homeostasis, and entropic to diversify internal process that oppose to uniformization. Balneotherapy act immediately, so during the cure, act anti-entropic, increase the disorder from the human body, but all along act anti-entropic, re-establish homeostasis for a better functioning. In this idea, some researchers realized some paper works. One of these paper works connected some modification on electroencephalogram with immunogram and leukogram. And they concluded that balneotherapy is accompanied by characteristic changes in certain parameters of immunity that are in line, that are connected with the concept of immune homunculus. I consider that the non-specific stimulation of the immunity is a neglected field of our activity. Also, the authors shown that some parameters that can be obtained from electrocardiogram, such as heart rate variability and the spectral power density of some aspects, some locus on the electroencephalogram, significantly correlate with the entropy parameters of immunity that can be determined on immunogram and leukogram. These are, let's say, theoretically, but in practice, in the field of brain function, entropy has yielded highly promising results. The altered state of consciousness, the aging brain, and the quantification of the brain network's information processing are only some idea that I pick up from the literature to present here. The use of entropy measures for the study of the aging brain resulted in significant insights on various ways that the process of aging affect the dynamics and information processing capacity of the brain. So I use the word information. What information is in this context? Information is energy or substance, process, organized structure. Information is something that has a meaning for a receiver. If the receiver cannot process anything, matter of energy, this is not information because it has no meaning. For the human body, the receiver that are able to process this information are, for the immune system, the information is antigen or antigen-like system. For endocrine system, they are internal variation of parameter, variation of glycemia, of calcium level, and so on. And for the nervous system, this something that has meaning might be energy, depolarization, or substance. Think of the neurological synapse. From this point of view, balneotherapy is bathing in energy, because water or mud are cold, warm, hot, receiving information under the form of energy of substance, and changing entropy. Another direction that was already yesterday presented is hormesis. Hormesis is a concept that comes in our specialty and our science from toxicology, and is a biphasic dose-response phenomenon. It means that low doses of something, substance or condition or situation, produce adaptation and stimulation of physiological function. Meanwhile, high doses can cause inhibition of this effect, or really toxic effect. Hormetin is any substance and condition that can activate or up-regulate one or more cellular and molecular pathway of stress response that protect against a similar but higher stimulation. In our situation, in our thermal station, we work with hormetin, exercise, heat, radiation. Repeated mild heat stress induced hormesis affect various cell functional characteristics such as differentiation, aging, wound healing, and angiogenesis. Several hormetic pathways can be described in neuroendocrine, metabolic, and immune effects of balneotherapy. The common factor to all types of warm or hot balneotherapy is heat and heat shock proteins. So in this way, we can speak about heat stress hormetic effect in balneotherapy. Other factor being hormetin, biochemical components of therapeutic factors, hydrogen sulfide, carbon dioxide, radon. All of this can be investigated in the idea of stimulation, adaptation of functioning. Another direction that is so and so investigated by researcher, but personally, I consider that in front of this idea is all the field of balneotherapy is epigenetics. Epigenetic inner mechanism can be modulated by balneal therapeutic factors, by natural, clean, non-polluted environment in thermal station. It's already known that ultraviolet radiation has been shown to reduce methylation levels, that is the inner mechanism of epigenetics, by reducing the DNA methylase, methyltransferase pathway. Mud bath therapy can modify the expression of some microRNAs that are upregulated in osteoarthritis. It could be due to the heat stress and the hydrostatic pressure, since some microRNAs were found to be temperature and mechano-responsive. Many questions remain to be asked. And I ask you, is cure duration long enough that human body receive health information to reset the disturbed parameters, and is this aspect suitable for consideration of balneology in information theory? Can neuroendocrine and immunological response both humoral and cell-mediated, be systematically applied in prevention of non-communicable disease? Many answers can occur from these answers. So, is in front of us the new science that is inviting us to research. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Olga. Perfect time, and a lot of thinking stimulated by your presentation. Okay, thank you. Do you want to present this subsequently?
So the next presentation is going to be on thermal spa, a new urban spa in France in 2023, and it is from a group that Dr. Dara?
Dr. Berger.
Yeah.
Not yet. I will improve my knowledge to become a doctor. Thank you to Femtec and to its president for giving us the opportunity to take the field and to present this project. The exceptional location of our spa, Nancy Thermal, in the heart of Nancy town and its metropolis, associated with University of Lorraine, which is ranked 250 in the Shanghai ranking, the University Hospital of Nancy, the Lorraine Institute for the Training of Physiotherapists Health School, and the new European... Il n'y a pas de diaporama. Il n'y a pas de diaporama. On va faire ça, sinon je vais... We will do without the slides, and it's a pity because it's a very, very nice project to be seen, but I have some booklets for you. This commits us to combine our talents and skills to contribute to the new medical hydrology. In spring 2023, the metropolis of Grand Nancy will inaugurate its brand new aquatic and thermal establishment located in the heart of the city. The thermal history of the city of Nancy began in the 20th century when the architect Louis Lanternier discovered a thermal spring while drilling in 1908. The water from the spring, which gushes out at 36 degrees centigrade, supplied the thermal establishment from 1913 until the 30s. After the Great War, the site was used only for aquatic activities until today. The Nancy Thermal Project revives its thermal past by creating the only aquatic and thermal establishment in France altogether. This will make the city of Nancy the first large agglomeration in the territory to host a thermal center. Indeed, today, nearly 3/4 of French spas have less than 5,000 inhabitants per year, compared to more than 260,000 in Nancy. Nancy Thermal will be structured around 3 areas supplied with thermal, all of them supplied with thermal water. The thermal center dedicated to contracted thermal cures. The thermal establishment will be located in the extension of the building of the historic round pool, which was built in the beginning of the 20th century. It will also include the thermosport sector for sportsmen and women, and the thermosanté sector dedicated to prevention through physical activity in thermal water. The wellness area will be open all year round to the public. It will be located around the round swimming pool, which has been completely renovated, and will be near other several types of wellness services: pool with hydro massage jets, light hydrotherapy pool, spaced with 3 small pools, hot, cold, and walking pool, sauna with playful shower. As you can see on the picture, as you could have seen on the pictures, the project is also based on the very precise restoration of historical buildings combined with resolutely modern constructions. Open all year round, the Aqualudic and Sports Complex includes both indoor and outdoor areas connected by an aquatic lock. It will cover 2,100 square meters of pool and 400 square meters of water games, of which 1,900 square meters will be accessible in summer and winter. In addition to these 3 aquatic spaces, the Nancy Thermal Complex will house a hotel residence with a restaurant, bar, boutique, and daycare center for children. A public thermal park will also border the complex. Then, who will manage the Nancy Thermal Center, as discussed yesterday on the private-public partnership? The Metropolis of Greater Nancy has opted for a management by delegation of public service. This means that the Metropolis remains the owner of Nancy Thermal and is involved in its operation, while the technical design, operation, and financing are managed by the private thermal company Valvital. The operating conditions are defined in a concession contract that runs for 30 years. And this is the field for Jean Lordanon.
We're waiting for the video. C'è un video. Ma anche a te. Dov'è il video? C'è un video mandato.
Maybe, no, je pense. Maybe we could go on with Marie-Catherine first. Yeah.
I'm sorry, my English is very difficult and I try to make the best. I will speak for Thermasport, Thermasanté first, and the University of Thermalisme. Alors, Thermasport et Thermasanté is une structure for the complex of Nancy Thermal who offer swimming activities and in its pools, well-being activities and cryotherapy treatment. The Thermasport and Thermasanté are new activities that create a bridge between sport, well-being and health. It is a place where health professionals, liberal, universities and hospitals and the thermal centers work together. The expected objective of Thermasport, Thermasanté is to combine research, teaching and care. Everyone can benefit from the benefit of natural water in this space open to the entire thermal complex. Chronic patient in preparation, in addition or between 2 spa treatments, patient within the framework of medical care while being out of the framework of the spa treatment. In post-traumatic rehabilitation, in sport rehabilitation, in exercise rehabilitation. That is Thermasport, Thermasanté. Now I'll call you of the University of Medical Hydrology. The University of Medical Hydrology is placed under the high patronage of the National Academy of Medicine and is carried out in partnership with the University of Lorraine and the Métropole du Grand Nancy. The Femtec, the ESMH are also our partner. It is organized as a privileged moment of information, training and exchange of practice and experience through cross-examination in the field of medical hydrology. The practice sports is the practice of sport is unanimously recommended for its health benefits. However, for professional and amateur alike, physical activity generates more or less disabling pathologies, injuries, and traumas that often require rehabilitation and functional rehabilitation. A few months before the opening of Nancy Thermal Complex and the Olympic Games in Paris, our scientific council would like to share its through and experiences with all the specialists in medical hydrology management of osteoarticular or musculotendinous pathologies and traumas in athletes, cranotherapy, balneotherapy, hydrokinesiotherapy. You are all welcome by video conference or face-to-face on December 30 at Nancy or at online. I hope that vous avez compris. I hope that you all have compris. Understand what I explained to you. Thank you for your patience and we are sorry to know why nous have no picture to show you.
Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you for your efforts. Just in case we have time for questions. Do you have questions?
Maybe at the end of the whole session. End of the session, yeah.
Yeah, at the end of the session. Okay, that's fine. So, should I? Okay. So now I call Dr. Cristofolini. Dr. Cristofolini, with a group of his collaborators, Dr. Jusson and Manara, they will talk about the microbiota in hot springs with longitudinal characterization and modulation and applications to psoriasis. Yes, c'è la traduzione simultanea. Sì, sì.
Grazie, è bello ritrovare il mio amico Umberto. Sono venuto volentieri a parlare di questo argomento. La mia è un po'... mi scuso che parlo in italiano, i ricercatori poi parleranno in inglese, quindi io mi sono permesso di parlare in italiano. È la storia un pochettino del perché mi sono interessato a questo problema. E tutto è nato nel 2000 con questo lavoro che è un caso controllo in cui trattavamo dei soggetti con psoriasi, alcuni con l'acqua di Comano, alcuni con l'acqua di rubinetto della rete, diciamo, normale. E la risposta era che le persone trattate con l'acqua di Comano avevano grandi miglioramenti, documentati anche con delle biopsie, per cui anche sulla riduzione del consumo di farmaci, anche riduzione delle visite mediche rispetto all'acqua di rubinetto. E un'altra conferma l'abbiamo avuto quando abbiamo fatto questa ricerca sui cheratinociti. I cheratinociti delle cellule, sono le cellule, no, della pelle del malato psoriasico, esprimono delle citochine proinfiammatorie. E quando noi abbiamo aggiunto, noi qui all'Università di Verona, a dire la verità, con noi hanno aggiunto l'acqua di Comano, hanno avuto una riduzione notevole di queste citochine. Aggiungendo invece dell'acqua filtrata, questo non succedeva. Allora, al primo momento mi sono detto, vabbè, ma le terme di Comano hanno un'acqua bicarbonato calcio-magnesiache, famosa classificazione di Marotta-Sica, no? E quindi il calcio, il magnesio sicuramente hanno un'attività favorevole per le malattie della pelle. Però la cosa curiosa era che l'acqua che avevamo fatto come controllo era quella di Trento Sud e Trento Nord, e se voi vedete in questa slide, voi vedete come l'acqua di Trento Nord e di Trento Sud è un'acqua bicarbonato calcio-magnesiaca perfetta, quasi uguale a quella di Comano. Però sono acque trattate. Nel contempo, noi abbiamo sempre detto che le acque termali sono falde sotterranee, sorgenti, composizione fisico-chimica particolare, proprietà favorevoli per la salute, batteriologicamente pura, si diceva inizialmente, ma non è vero. Tutte le acque non sono sterili, tutte le acque sono piene di microrganismi che non sono patogeni, sono microbi buoni. Questo è il lavoro del 2022, quello, non so se è proprio quello di cui parlerà Giusson dopo, comunque farà vedere come molte acque, nelle acque del Trentino, ogni acqua ha molti microbiota, insomma. Ed allora, perché è successo questo? Perché in passato noi il microbo lo studiavamo perché cercavamo di coltivarlo, e avevamo il microscopio per guardarlo. Adesso, da quando ci sono le tecniche metagenomiche in cui si individua il DNA di vari microrganismi, la cosa è tutta cambiata. Questi microbi, difatti, tra il resto, erano difficilmente coltivabili. Poi siamo riusciti anche a coltivarli. E hanno un'attività antinfiammatoria e immunomodulante. Questo è un altro lavoro del 2019 in cui cominciavamo a parlare di microbioma delle acque termali. Contemporaneamente no, poco dopo, in Francia le terme di Avene e di Roche-Posay, che sono acque bicarbonato calcio-magnesiache, Avene è praticamente identica alle terme di Comano, Roche-Posay è un po' più ricca di sali, però insomma siamo lì. Roche-Posay ha studiato un microrganismo che si chiama Vitreoscilla filiformis, che ha un'attività antinfiammatoria, e l'hanno inserita nelle loro creme. Voi sapete che girano tutto il mondo. Avene cosa ha fatto? Nelle acque vicino proprio alle terme di Avene hanno riscontrato questo Aquafilus dolomie, che è un microrganismo che loro hanno poi coltivato, ne hanno estratto il lisato si chiama L-modulia e ha un'attività antinfiammatoria e immunomodulante, quindi sono state inserite poi nelle creme di Avene. E allora noi siamo andati a cercare cosa c'era nell'acqua di Comano e abbiamo trovato una serie di microbi di cui parlerà il professor Giusson, che l'opera è sua, e in particolare il Mesorhizobium. Ecco qui, come dicevo prima, la Vitreoscilla, qui è il lavoro scientifico già del 2013, pensate, e qui nel 2017 la Coiffilus dolomie, perché le Dolomiti ci sono anche in Francia, sono sotterranee, però non sono come le nostre, come le mie. Difatti ho detto, ma francese, ma che Dolomiti hai tu? No, dice ce le ho, ma sono sottoterra, va bene. Bicarbonato, no? L'acqua, cioè la roccia della Dolomia è un bicarbonato doppio di calcio e di magnesio, quindi ci passa l'acqua e diventano le acque bicarbonato calcio-magnesiache. Qui sono stati selezionati 100 microbi dall'acqua di Comano. Vado in fretta perché questo discorso lo farà appunto il professor Giusson. E questo però mi ha dato un secondo flash, cioè ho detto ma il microbiota è veramente importante, tra l'altro stanno uscendo e chi segue un pochettino la letteratura medica sa che importanza sta avendo il microbiota in quello che è tutta la medicina. Io sono fatto solo per il 10%, se guardo il mio DNA delle cellule, solo il mio 10% è fatto di Mario Cristofolini, ma il 90% è fatto da cellule batteriche, quindi io sono una capsula di Petri che cammina, diceva uno, e quindi trilioni di batteri, funghi e virus a cui noi diamo nutrimento e loro in cambio ci aiutano. Digeriscono componenti alimentari che altrimenti l'uomo non riesce a digerire. È nell'evoluzione di milioni di anni che questi microbi sono venuti a darci una mano, in parole povere, ma soprattutto questi microbi addestrano il sistema immunitario contro i patogeni. L'attività che il microbiota intestinale in particolare, che è quello più ricco insomma come numero, dà sull'immunità è una cosa molto importante e si vede perché adesso anche nelle terapie antitumorali, immunitarie antitumorali, scambiare il microbiota vuol dire attivare la risposta che altrimenti non hai se hai un microbiota negativo, quindi è importante. Comunque l'alterazione del microbiota è stata correlata a numerose patologie tra cui obesità, diabete, allergie, disturbi mentali, fibrosi cistica, depressioni, alcuni tipi di cancro e anche malattie cutanee. Io vengo su quelle perché io sono un dermatologo. E quindi cos'è poi? Psoriasi e dermatite atopica, poi sostanzialmente anche l'acne è interessante, però insomma non è di numero, non ha quella importanza. Cos'è però il messaggio? Perché noi alle terme non possiamo solamente dire vieni su che io ti faccio i bagnetti, stai meglio eccetera, noi dobbiamo, visto che la persona è lì, cercare anche di educarlo a sani stili di vita, fare della prevenzione. Io credo che le nostre terme dovrebbero essere un presidio di prevenzione per la salute delle persone. Allora per esempio qui è importante spiegare alla gente, guarda, cerca di preservare quello che è il tuo microbiota, la biodiversità del tuo microbiota, e il microbiota intestinale cambia soprattutto con l'alimentazione scorretta, con lo stress, con gli antibiotici che noi usiamo eccessivamente e altri farmaci. Il consiglio, dieta mediterranea, cioè dieta sostanzialmente fatta di vegetali, soprattutto di verdura. Questo è un messaggio però che fanno tutti perché, come voi sapete, anche a livello di prevenzione oncologica la dieta mediterranea ormai ha preso una grande importanza. Qui sono alcuni lavori fatti. Quindi l'importanza di cui dobbiamo studiare ancora, chissà quante cose troveremo sul microbiota intestinale, ma poi c'è anche il microbiota cutaneo. È vero che la pelle non è un terreno adatto per i microbi, perché insomma, però ci sono anche lì, e anche lì si è visto che la biodiversità è quella che dà regola, diciamo, dà un equilibrio ai microbi che ci sono sulla pelle. Se manca la biodiversità, se al posto di questa serie di microbi che di solito sono firmicutes e cutibatteri, comunque se manca questa biodiversità, se per esempio aumenta il numero dello stafilococco aureo che è patogeno, è tipico nella dermatite atopica, se aumenta la malassezia globosa che allora viene la dermatite seborroica, quindi anche queste alterazioni, diciamo così, del microbiota cutaneo hanno la loro importanza e noi abbiamo cominciato a studiare come era il microbiota della pelle. Perché? Perché conoscendolo abbiamo visto che è possibile ridare la biodiversità al microbiota cutaneo con la terapia termale, ottenendo anche contemporaneamente il miglioramento della stessa, ma di quello ne parlerà la ricercatrice Manara. In definitiva, il trattamento termale è in grado di riequilibrare il microbiota cutaneo, e il meccanismo d'azione alla base delle documentate proprietà antinfiammatorie e immunoregolatrici delle acque bicarbonato calcium. Cioè abbiamo capito che l'anima, diciamo, delle nostre acque, quantomeno, è questo tipo di microbiota. Ecco, credo di aver finito.
Dr. Jusson?
Yes. Okay.
Should be the same. Should be the same. Quanto? Jusson, quanto parla? Perché
Perché meno?
no, perché erano 15 per tutto il gruppo.
22.
No, ma c'è perché è lui che fa. No, adesso. Sì, ok, va bene, sì. Cerchiamo di.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I thank the organizer for giving me the opportunity to present our work that has been very nicely introduced by Dr. Cristofolini. So, I'm PI of the Laboratory of Microbial Genomics at the CBio department of the University of Trento, and I will present you some of our recent findings on the groundwater microbiome. So, as you are all here interested in balneotherapy, we firmly believe that the microbes that are present in the water play a role in the therapeutic properties of groundwater. It's very, very difficult to demonstrate. And what the problem that we have here is that the microbiome of water in general, but especially groundwater, is almost totally unknown to date. So our first study were a bit descriptive and explorative, and we will then try to get more deeper inside the possible mechanism of action. We believe that the water microbiome may interact directly with host immune system and also most probably with the host microbiome, especially the one from the skin and also the gastrointestinal one. Okay, so let's go back quickly to the rationale of our study. Water spring has been already explored in terms of microbial community, but most of the initial study focused on an extreme environment. So very hot water, for instance, where you have plenty of very peculiar microorganisms. Obviously, tap or drinking water has been explored too, but this was more for practical purposes. So, for instance, for looking at the effect of distribution and purification plant on water quality and safety. Springs that provide water destined for human consumption, excepting tap water, obviously, have been instead scarcely investigated. But this is very important because we use this water, we drink it, we cook our food with that, we wash ourselves with it, or we make balneotherapy or wellness. So we are constantly exposed to the microbes that are present in this water, for which we almost no, nothing. And this is a concern. As you already know, these water are monitored for the presence of pathogens and for a reasonable total microbial load. But this does not say you nothing about what the microbiome is made of. That's a European directive that said that the water that you use for balneotherapy or wellness or for drinking water, bottled water, cannot be treated. So when you open the tap water in your hotel room, you know that this water has been treated with chlorine and that most of the microbes have been eliminated. But this is not the case for those from thermal institutes. So the microbiome is supposed to be there intact when it comes in contact with a patient or person making balneotherapy. Very briefly, because Mario Cristofolini already said something, our previous work started from Termedi Comano, that is our main partner in this study. We made the first high-resolution metagenomic analysis of the water of Comano. Okay, this is a very simplified workflow of how it works. You get DNA, you get water, you filter it, you extract total genomic DNA, you prepare it for next generation sequencing, and then you get plenty of data. We call that reads that tell you who is there and in which relative abundance. We are also a group of experimental microbiologists. So for us, it's important not to have only metagenomic data, but to have also the strain. So we have developed with my collaborators, Renato Pedron, Alfonso Esposito, a protocol that we can isolate as much as possible of the bacteria from the water. And it works. We have been able to build a collection of about 180 isolates, which are obviously only part of the microbiome, but it's still significant. And this is interesting because then you can go and work with these isolates in pure culture for a number of functional assays. That is the microbiome of Comanotherm. I don't go into detail. We have also 4 sampling points that are quite different from them. Just to tell you an idea, Comano water contains about 260 different bacterial species. About 40% of them are totally unknown to science. They have never been described. And that's something that we constantly observe also in order. This is a more technical one that I will very fast go through, but we combine the description of the microbiome, sequencing the genome of the bacteria that we isolated from water, with those, which are those in red, with those that you can reconstruct from the metagenomic data set, which are those in yellow. And as you can see, they are complementary. So this means that both approaches combined help you to have a more complete picture of the water microbiome. So I was speaking about functional assays. So we have this collection and we want to know what some of the function. Naturally, Comanotherm is very well known for skin disease, skin allergic disease. So we built a model that was mimicking what happened in patients, especially with psoriasis. So these are human immortalized keratinocytes. These are cells that are very good. We produce inflammation, treating them with interleukin 16A and interferon gamma. So they get strongly inflamed. And then we co-treat them with lysates, so an extract of the bacteria, one by one, that have been isolated from the water. And then we look at what is happening with visible phenotypic observation and also molecular one. We measure the level of expression of a pro-inflammatory cytokine, which is interleukin 6. And that's what you observe when you have untreated cells. That's someone that is used to work with human cells knows well when they are suffering or not. After inflammation, you have a large alteration of the culture. And then when we add both further the bacterial lysate, you can observe several kind of outcome. The one on the left corner, when you see clearly that you are trying to, that the cells recover a more normal morphology, and also in other case where it worsens the situation and most of the cells die. And so we screened our whole collection with that. And we found a high range of immunomodulatory properties. We have both pro-inflammatory strain, those that have more or less few effect, and those that are more interesting for us, that are all those on the left of the graph, which have marked anti-inflammatory properties. So we categorize them more deeply. We choose one of them that is indicated with the arrow, and it was a new species, so we describe it. It's a big work, describe a new bacterial species. It's nothing special. You will find a new bacterial species in any sample that you can take from everywhere. But it's long to characterize them because we need to make a lot of genetic, morphological, biochemical, and metabolic characterization. So we have it. This was one of our best candidates. We call it Mesorhizobium comanense, recording the site where it was isolated. He has these marked anti-inflammatory properties, and we are currently trying to insert it in a new cosmetic product for the cure of psoriasis, together with, in collaboration with Comanotherm and the shop of Comano cosmetic product. Few minutes to tell you about our last study. This is just a parenthesis to tell you that this collection was screening for other interesting properties. Biosurfactant, which means detergents, there are many, and also for more industrial than medical application, some bacteria that are able to degrade a lot of different substrates. And this finds a lot of industrial application too. So, how many time I have? Okay. I will go through our last, we have then tried to expand this scheme. You can see Comano there in the left side of the map of Trentino, but there are many other thermal institutes in Trentino. There are 7. There are also 4 bottled water. One of them is the one that you find in the fridge of your room, which is Peio, and we characterize also them. That has been published 2 weeks or 3 weeks ago. This is our article. And it was very long, but we are quite happy of the result because it's 2 years of sampling, and we combine microbiome characterization analysis with physicochemical analysis that are routinely performed by the Provincial Office for Environmental Monitoring. So we have all kinds of data, microbiological one and physicochemical one, and we try to compare them. So I go through, so because these slides are a bit more technical, we first wanted to know, because we have 8 time points for each sample, for each spring. The spring are 40. And so it's more than 300 samples that have been analyzed. The first thing we want to was dealing with microbiome stability. Microbiome stability water is remarkable. It's not total. We have some seasonal fluctuation. We have more diversity in spring than in winter. And also, as you can see on the graph on the left with this black histogram, the variability of each spring is quite different. Some are extremely stable, some a bit less. But this was not known, and though we can say that each spring has its own microbial signature, and that is quite interesting in our opinion. And then we try to correlate the diversity of each sample, each spring, with physicochemical parameter. And here, this was quite a surprise. We can find a range of correlation, either positive, which are those on the bottom of the graph, either negative. And the one that was more striking is nitrate. You can see it on the left, that when nitrate concentration increases, the biodiversity of the spring increases in the same way, in the same manner. It's quite obvious that there is a relation. And you have also a lot of negative correlation. When magnesium increases, the water that Mario Cristofini told about, the diversity drops down. So waters such as Comano are relatively poor in terms of microbiome to compare to the other. And I'm going quite to the end. Also, this is a big complex. This is pre-simple component analysis. What you have here, it's simple instead. You have on the left graph, each point is a sample. It's a spring with the color which indicates you where it comes from, Peio, Abi, Comano, Fassaterme, and so on. The one on the left only based on physical and chemical parameters. The right one only on microbiological microbiological characteristic. It means that if 2 points are narrow on the graph, means that they are very similar, either from chemical or microbiological point of view. Obviously, both graphs are not the same, but you can see some very striking similitude, similar features, such that the water from Peyo Arabi, the blue one on the left, which are completely different from all the other, both from microbiological and physical-chemical point of view. And this needs to be further explored, but we found this nice correlation. Okay, and then we are trying to see if this can be used to revise the taxonomy, not of bacteria, but of water. And we found here, for the example of the Trentino springs, that there are 3 types of streams in Trentino, so that they could be grouped inside 3 categories, which one of them is the one on the left, that is water from Peyo Arabi Thermal Institute, that are completely different from the other. And most of them, so I have no time to go into detail, and this is also rather technical. I'm going to the conclusion. So as I said, seasonality is important. There is a good correlation with some environmental parameter with microbial community composition. We can try to make an attempt to group the springs according to their microbial contents. And that's quite interesting compared to traditional water taxonomy, how water are classified. And obviously that will have future implication, we believe, with the design of new water management policy by local health authorities. If we can integrate microbial feature, which are absolutely not the case now, we guess we can get a more precise view of how these water are in terms of quality and how they are evolving. I hope so. We are done. So I thank you for your attention.
I think that Dr. Manara, okay.
So, okay, I'll be quite quick today. I have to say that Professor Cristoforini and Professor Jusson already introduced quite well what I'm going to say. So we are talking about psoriasis today. I think many of you in this room know better than me what this is, but it's a skin condition that affects 2 to 3% of the population worldwide. One thing that we have to keep in mind is that we don't have a definitive treatment for psoriasis, and as was mentioned before by Dr. Cristoforini, balneotherapy is successful in restoring at least or resolving the symptomatology of the disease. So again, as it was mentioned by Professor Jusson, we know that there is no difference in the chemical physical composition of the waters, but we have a difference in the microbiome. So, and not only the microbiome is present, but is also able to exert some positive effects in vitro. We know also that pathogens are involved in the exacerbation of the disease, of the psoriatic disease. But what is most important is that we have a skin microbiome that is also present on the skin and is never taken into consideration when talking about psoriasis. The skin microbiome has 2 important roles that are very relevant for psoriasis. It is an autoimmune disease because it is involved in the education of the immune system. So there is a first way that the microbiome can interact with the disease itself, and also can prevent pathogen colonization. As I was saying before, since pathogens are involved in the exacerbation of the disease, this is also a second way that the skin microbiome can resolve partially the symptoms. So our question here was, if the effect of balneotherapy, the positive effect of balneotherapy on the psoriasis can be due to the microbiome, crosstalk with the microbiome of the skin. So to test this, we enrolled 57 patients. We took samples from the ears, behind the ears and the elbows, by taking both healthy and unhealthy skin samples. And we did this both before and after 12 baths at Comano Terme. We then did extraction of the DNA, sequencing, and in the end, we finally analyzed 39 patients that provided all of the samples, so the 4 samples before treatment and 4 samples after treatment, both from diseased and unaffected areas. So first thing you do in microbiome science, you have a look at the overall composition of the microbiome to see whether there is a specific composition that differs between the patients, let's say, or the affected area and the unaffected area. So each column here is a pretty complicated figure, but each column is one sample, and the red ones at the very top are the affected and the blue ones are the unaffected. To make the long story short, there is no difference when looking at the overall microbiome composition. We will see that is a normal composition, skin microbiome composition. So what is changing? So how do we know, how can we look for differences, let's say? We have 2 strategies. Strategy number 1 is to look at the bigger picture. Strategy number 2 is to look at details. So to go for strategy number 1, we look at the alpha diversity, which is a measure for the complexity of a community of microbes. So in general, the higher the alpha diversity, usually the better, because lower the alpha diversity is usually linked with chronic and inflammatory diseases. Again, to make the long story short, here we saw that on elbow samples, the alpha diversity was decreased before therapy. So this was already observed in other studies, so it was not very surprising, but what was very relevant for us was that after 12 baths at Comano Terme, we saw that there was no change in the alpha diversity of the healthy skin, but an increased microbial diversity on the affected areas. So this is very important because we can have a normalization, let's say, of the complexity of the microbial community present on the skin that is affected by psoriasis, whereas we don't have any imbalance in the healthy skin, at least from a preliminary analysis. However, one question arises at this point. So if the complexity is increasing, who is growing? So which are the species, the genera that are growing in the psoriatic lesions after the balneotherapy? So we saw that Micrococcus and Cutibacterium at baseline, so before the treatment, were increased behind the ears, whereas Corynebacterium, Pseudomonas, and Staphylococcus were decreased on the elbows before therapy. Nothing surprising, I would say, but again, if we compare this with the after treatment, we see that there is an increase in Staphylococcus and a decrease in Finagoldia behind the ears, and also an increase in Corynebacterium, Staphylococcus on the elbows, and a decrease in Micrococcus and other bacteria or low abundant bacteria on the elbows. What is important here is that, if you remember, Micrococcus was increased in psoriasis and is now decreased after balneotherapy. And instead, Corynebacterium and Staphylococcus were decreased at baseline and are now increased. So it seems that balneotherapy can restore a healthy-like microbiome on the psoriatic lesions. However, when you see Staphylococcus, you think about Staphylococcus aureus, which is a pathogen, at least opportunistic pathogen, that is also involved in the etiology of the exacerbation of the psoriatic disease. So we really looked into this specific genus to see whether it was Staphylococcus aureus increasing. And instead, we found out that it was Staphylococcus epidermidis, which is a common commensal that was decreased in the psoriatic lesions before treatment and was instead increased after the treatments. Even more importantly, we didn't see this difference on the healthy skin, which means that it's not just adding, balneotherapy is not adding some Staphylococcus epidermidis on the whole body. It's just restoring a healthy-like abundance on the psoriatic lesions. So here the take-home message is that balneotherapy can restore a healthy-like microbiome on the skin affected by psoriasis, while at the same time not affecting, not causing imbalance on the healthy skin microbiome, which is quite important. So 70% of the patients in this study had an improvement after balneotherapy. And what we wanted to see if an improvement or lack of improvement was linked with a specific increase or decrease in some bacterial genera. So again, we found out that improvement was linked with an increase in Staphylococcus, whereas non-improvement was linked with an increase in Cutibacterium. So this is just a very preliminary result to say that looking into the microbial dynamics of the skin microbiome after and before balneotherapy can let us understand what is going to benefit the patients more, let's say. So this is a bonus slide because yes, okay, I'm going to say one last thing. So we also collected the fecal samples from these patients before and after therapy. And just to make the long story short, we found that after balneotherapy, in the fecal samples, so not on the skin, in the gut microbiome, we had species that were decreased, that were all linked with the poor metabolic health in a previous study, and 2 species that increased that were linked with good metabolic health. So second take-home message here is that balneotherapy might not only ameliorate the skin microbiome, but also the metabolic syndrome that is usually associated with psoriasis. Of course, we need a lot of studies to confirm all of these results that are preliminary, but they are very, very, very important. So since I know that I have to finish now, my 2 take-home messages are that balneotherapy can affect the skin microbiome in a positive way in psoriasis, and also the metabolic syndrome that is associated with psoriasis. And thank you very much.
Grazie. Thank you very much for nice data and nicely presented. Thank you.
Mi congratulo con il professor Cristofolini perché è stato veramente non solo il pioniere degli studi sul microbiota nelle acque, ma anche ha creato una scuola di ricerca avanzata e per la quale direi che è non solo legata all'area di Comano, all'area del Trentino, ma anche direi che potrebbe essere proiettata sul piano nazionale ed internazionale proprio, perché quindi complimenti a te e alla tua scuola perché hai aperto nuovi orizzonti. Ora tutti parlano di microbiota, ma direi che è stata...
Good morning, everybody. I was so interested in the previous talks because I believe that the microbiota of hot springs and of our body is under research and so important. And the topic I want to talk about today is what I think is very important is about the sanitation of hot springs and balneotherapy water, because we have a situation around the world where we are actually poisoning the water before we drink or before we bathe in it. So we all know the Salisbury acronym. I'm going to go a little bit quickly, but water has always been used for prevention, for hygiene, for physical therapy, rehabilitation, for connection with nature, and for social connection. And that geothermal waters are unique. They're unique based on their location, the source of the water and the flow rate, based on the temperature, the mineral and physicochemical properties, the microbiota, as we've just found out, and also there are subtle properties of water that we don't understand. So water has esoteric properties. There are 72 scientific anomalies about water that we just do not understand. But we do know that water is the basic operating system for life and for consciousness. It has memory and structure, and it's not naturally sterile. Water wants to be alive, and it houses very complex microbial systems that we're only just starting to understand with next generation sequencing. Yet there are microbial risks with bathing and drinking. There are fecally derived pathogens, there are non-fecal pathogens, and there are free living pathogens that can and potentially can cause harm to people. There's a Naegleria, the amoeba, that if you snort it in your nose, you go underwater, you can get a meningitis and die. So this creates a lot of fear, and the reaction to that has been to use poison to sterilize water. So there are many standards, mostly for drinking water, and this was done to prevent cholera and typhoid. and then that is now extending to recreational waters. And around the world, we have regulations based on geothermal bathing balneotherapy waters that are all over the place. So the regulations at the moment, they're fragmented, they're inconsistent, they're not evidence-based. Some regulations in some areas, they require residual disinfection. They demand you use chlorine, which is a poison, to change the microbiome of the water. Other areas say geothermal water is untouchable. You need to leave it pure as nature brings it up because it has therapeutic properties. Now, when you're considering the regulations, often they consider the flow rate and whether the water is recirculated. But the numbers vary from 8 hours of circulation to 30 minutes of circulation. So none of these regulations are based on evidence or even logic, but it really affects operators, it affects investors, it affects the public, and also insurers. So it's a really important issue. The factors to consider with regulation is the water itself, the quality of the water, and potential contamination sources, the flow rate, the bathers, which is the bather load, the health of the bathers, the age of the bathers. Maybe babies have different situation than adults because they leak. The cleaning of the pools, and also how you monitor the health of the water and the health of the people coming out of the water. So all of these can influence the safety and the risk, but none of these are really considered properly in regulations. And we need to understand that not all microbes are bad. We've just heard about the microbiome of balneotherapy effects on psoriasis and changing fecal microbiome. Well, Ji Hong, who was the father of TCM, he used to prescribe yellow soup for diarrhea. And yellow soup was a soup that contains feces of usually a healthy child to actually fecal microbial transplant. So this was described hundreds of years ago, and we know now fecal microbial transplants are actually very effective for treating a whole range of conditions. So the question I have at the moment is, can social bathing and sharing biome with other people infect you with good health? Can we infect ourselves with good health? And can the environmental microbes that are naturally in the water, can they infect us with good health? And we know that all of life came from hot springs. Life originated from hot springs, and we still don't understand the microbiota of this hot spring water, but it's possible that we actually can get benefits from the physicochemical properties of the water, the temperature and the minerals, but also we can actually become infected with good health due to this microbiota. And we have to, or I would like to see that respected around the world. Very briefly with chlorine in the skin microbiome, we know chlorine is an oxidant. When I studied medicine 30 years ago, we said that the skin surface area was around 1.8 square meters. We now know it's about 30 square meters, because every time you have a sebaceous cyst or a duct or a sweat gland, it increases the surface area. And the oils on the skin, they feed the microbiome and they protect us from the sun, they protect us from aging. And if we use chlorine, we oxidize these oils. So we actually are more prone to skin damage, we're more prone to drying skin, more prone to wrinkles and aging, and it affects our microbiome. So chlorine is actually very toxic to our natural skin and microbiome. So I'm not going to go into the problems with chlorine, but it is volatile. Chlorine should not be used in hot water. Chlorine is very volatile, it evaporates. So you put it into hot water and it goes into the eyes and the lungs and the mucous membranes. It does not kill viruses, it doesn't kill spores like Cryptosporidium and Giardia. It alters the skin and the gut microbiome. It releases toxic disinfection byproducts when it's heated. And if you inhale it or ingest it or have it absorbed through your skin, you actually get more chlorine and disinfection byproducts in your blood than if you drink it. Because when you drink chlorinated water, the liver will take out the disinfection byproducts. When you breathe it or have it connecting to your skin, it goes straight into the blood without passing through the liver. And there's research that documents that on that slide. So there are many sanitation methods used. There's chemical sanitation, chlorine, bromine, ozone ionization. There's just physical filtration. There's UV, which is natural sunlight, or applied UV. You can use vortex devices, magnetic devices, and there's a whole lot of nanoparticle and photocatalytic techniques that are coming available right now. So we have many sanitation techniques available, but how do we regulate this? And what I would like to see is a global evidence-based regulation. Now, bathers are a critical risk factor. The bather load, who the bathers are, their health status, whether they're healthy or not, so not allowing healthy people or people with a gastro to come into the pools. The hygiene practices, whether you shower or scrub yourself like in Japan before you enter the pools, and the behaviour of the bathers. And if you have so many people, maybe you have different requirements. And it is possible to design for best practice. So you can design pools that enhance the flow, that limit contaminants from the soil, that reduce the toxic chemical use, enable thorough cleaning and dry down of the pool, and actually enable and enhance the user experience. So the things we need to consider is to minimise the risk to the bathers, to minimise toxicity, cost, and the interventions we use, to measure the physicochemical properties, the minerals, and also the microbiome, to actually manage the water, manage the bathers, manage the cleaning, and manage the environment where the water goes to monitor the water quality, the health, and the social impact, and also to monetize. I mean, balneotherapy is an important health intervention, but it's actually important industry that brings a lot of social and economic development to a region. And I think the economic and social benefits have been understated, and I'm actually supervising a PhD student now who's researching the social and economic benefits of bringing a balneotherapy centre to a community, and they're very significant. The Romans knew that because they built communities based on bathing, and with great success. So what I would like to do, and I think this is the group to do it, the people here in this room are the experts in balneotherapy, and we can create a global best practice consensus statement. And I'm trying to draft that at the moment, a statement we can agree on with authority that then regulators can point to. And this means we need consistent definitions and measures. We need we can set out the principles of how we measure, how we manage, and how we monitor the water. It needs to be evidence-based, and I've spoken to many hot spring operators around the world, some who don't use chlorine, and they don't get infections. They don't have big outbreaks of gastro, and this is data that we can then use. So we can have empirical data supported by the science to say these are the techniques we can use to keep water safe, but without using chemical disinfection. And I think we can come up with a series of recommendations that the regulators, like governments around the world, can then respect, the operators and researchers can all use. And ultimately, we want to give assurance to the investors who build these facilities, to insurers, to the regulators and the government, to the clinicians and the doctors working in balneotherapy, and also to the patients and the public, that this water is healthy and safe. And I think that's ultimately what we want. And at the moment, the regulations are frankly quite crazy because they're not evidence-based, and it's very inconsistent. And ultimately, what I'd like to see is a culture of wellness. I talk about infecting us with good health. If we go into natural water, we can get infected with the microbiome and infect with good health. But balneotherapy and bathing is part of culture. It's not just a medical technique. It's not just an entertainment. It's not just a relaxation. Bathing is part of culture. And every culture has a type of bathing. And if we can make a culture of wellness, we can actually infect the world with good health through culture. And spas and hot springs and balneotherapy actually promote a culture where it integrates traditional and modern medicine. It brings healthcare into recreation. And these practices can go viral and spread good health. And that's what I think is the promise of balneotherapy, of going back to the waters, going back to nature, and actually reducing the impact of future pandemics. And let's create a pandemic of wellness. Thank you. If anyone here is interested in collaborating, I'm very interested to speak to people about how we can get different associations. So Femtec, I'm part of the Global Wellness Institute, and other esteemed associations to draft this consensus statement. Please contact me. I'm very interested to speak to you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now it's a turn of Dr. Naidu from Australia again. Yeah. Spa cure or vacation, the therapeutic relief for retreat guests with medical conditions. Dr. Naidu, please.
Buongiorno, good morning. Thank you very much for having me. It is very special to speak after my professor and mentor of many years, and to be sharing with you some of the results from our research on the health impact of retreats, which is culminating in my PhD thesis. So the problem, a case study. Imagine a patient diagnosed with arthritis attends different health retreats in different countries with different health outcomes. This was one of the patients in one of our studies. So the patient attended a health retreat and found significant relief for their condition, a reduction in pain. However, they attended another retreat without the same health impact. They did feel rested and relaxed, however. So what is the primary purpose of health retreats? This is a question that has been asked by many of you over the course of the Congress. Cure or vacation, holiday or therapy? We conducted 3 pieces of research to explore the health benefits of retreats and to answer this question. The first was a systematic review, which was conducted in 2018 and published in the Journal of, in BMC Complementary and Alternative Medicine. We also conducted an update of the systematic review earlier this year, and a number of further studies were published. So 23 single center studies initially with over 2,500 participants, and a further 9 studies with over 800 participants. Participants had general health issues, mental health conditions, a range of cancers, multiple sclerosis, HIV/AIDS, and heart conditions. Retreats were located in 7 different countries, mainly the United States and Australia. Positive changes were found in DNA and telomere length, neurological and ECG changes, weight, blood pressure, disease symptoms, and perceived well-being. Interestingly, one study in Carlsbad in California investigated the impact of the vacation or therapeutic effects, and they actually found the presence of both. So those who went to the resort for relaxation found a vacation effect, and those who actually immersed themselves in the integrative wellness program found a marked therapeutic effect as well. The second piece of research was a global retreat study. So this was a cross-sectional study conducted in 9 different languages, and we received over 3,500 responses. So this was represented by 58 countries of residence and 63 countries where retreats were based. The top 5 countries for retreat location were Hungary, Brazil, Australia, Czech Republic, and Slovakia. And these may represent where our networks of communication were for recruitment at the time. So with the demographics and motivations, they reflected what we commonly know, mainly women, 60%, and the mean age was 55 years old, with a little bit older for men. The top 3 motivations, interestingly, show a blend of both vacation and therapy. So the first was relaxation, the second was to reduce stress and improve mental health, and the third was to improve general health. The second findings from the same study was medical conditions and the therapeutic relief. So there was a large group of medical conditions that were reported by 40% of the studied population. And these were musculoskeletal, mental health, and metabolic. And again, these are the conditions we've been talking about a lot during the Congress. 70% of the population experienced significant or slight relief. So that meant that the effect lasted 2 or more days, and they weren't reliant on treatment, such as prescription medication. Another finding was medical conditions and the therapies that retreat guests actually used. And it was interesting to find that those with and without medical conditions, so those that were seeking preventative or curative pathways, participated in the same therapies. And again, these are ones we've been speaking about: massage, balneotherapy, hydrotherapy, physiotherapy. The most reported recreational activities were swimming, sauna, nature walks, hot spring, gym, and steam room. The last part of the global retreat study was qualitative themes. So the last question asked participants to provide comment on what they felt was important, and we analyzed 132 English responses. We found 5 major themes. The first was the perceived impact on well-being, and this included comments on mental and physical well-being. Connection to people and place, not only were the therapists at the retreat crucial to the experience, but also the interaction with other guests. Affordability and accessibility. The language that was used was expensive, luxurious, and indulgent. However, many people said that it was worth the cost, and it just affected the frequency in which they could attend the retreat. Meaningful experiences, people spoke of purpose and connection, introspection and contemplation, and lifestyle change. So habit formation and how their patterns actually changed when they went into their daily life. Just a quick quote here: I believe prevention is better than cure, and my health fund would be well advised to consider some funding. So it's really interesting. I know from conversations in Europe, there is funding for health retreats, but that's not the case in Australia and in other countries. So this is part of why there is reason for scientific inquiry. The third and final piece was a clinical study, which we're completing, and it was asked the question, what is the health impact on perceived stress, resilience, and longevity, which was measured by saliva samples and telomere length before and 4 weeks after a 3-day virtual retreat. So this study was entirely online. It took the retreat experience entirely online because it was conducted over the COVID-19 pandemic. And we're very fortunate to have a partnership with the telomere laboratory at UCSF. So as I mentioned earlier, we know there's the presence of the vacation and the curative effect, and possibly there's the impact of the telomere effect as well. So the overview, what are we investigating? I guess a home and work environment is stressful as a number of stresses. The integrative health retreat allows people to immerse themselves in alternative. What is the response on our physiology and psychology? If we increase the rest response, we can decrease the stress response and also increase our capacity for resilience. What are the long-term consequences? Accelerated aging is a consequence of increased stress. So we could potentially decelerate aging and increase telomere length, which is a precursor for protective health. So in conclusion, coming back to the initial question, spa, cure, vacation, preliminary evidence suggests that both are applicable. We need to establish a global evidence base for health retreats, including more clinical trials. Interestingly, they were all single center studies, so larger cohorts, multiple retreat sites, and standardized measures to identify the most appropriate programs for different populations with and without medical conditions. 3 recommendations: international industry guidelines with standardized measures to support health retreats, inclusion of retreats in different health systems and insurance schemes around the world, and to follow up and continuity of care through wellness coaching and service provision for when people go home. A big thank you to my supervisors in Australia, our collaborators in the US, and of course to Femtec for having me share our research. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much and congratulations. Very interesting. Okay. Would you present next?
So the next presentation is a therapeutic classification of North American mineral waters.
Marcus Copley.
Marcus, yeah.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Thank you all to the colleagues who have been presenting this morning. It's been an absolutely fabulous morning, really interesting information across the board. And I'm going to touch on a lot of the things that some of my colleagues today have presented on as I go through my slides this morning. So due to the little bit of confusion about yesterday, I'm going to blend a couple of topics in today's talk, but really the overview will be on integrative medicine and balneology and kind of the experience we have in the United States with these things. So I'm Dr. Marcus Coplin. I'm a naturopathic physician and the director of hydrothermal medicine for the Balneology Association of North America. I was expecting to maybe have our president with us as well of our association who could have given a bit of an overview. So I will give just a little bit, but she has submitted a recorded interview. So I invite you to view that at your leisure to understand a little bit more about our organization. The Balneology Association of North America was founded in 2011. We promote the science and the culture of balneotherapy and balneology across North America. We do this through education efforts and direct consultation work with mineral spring resorts, land stewards and operators, and policymakers. So our outreach and our outreach efforts are for cultural education across the North American landscape, and of course, international collaboration. So what I will tell, I won't go into the full detail of what we are, what our program offerings are with the association, but I will talk about this one because I do think it's quite pertinent to the discussion we're having today. And this is about our efforts to classify North American waters in the medicinal sense of the word. Currently in North America, unlike in Italy here, where every thermo we visit has a very distinct understanding of the classification of the water, the therapeutic indications. Okay, in the United States, we don't have any of this. So our association is beginning this process by what we call the traditional use project, where we are taking the physical chemical analysis of existing hot springs and comparing it with the data internationally as well as historically in terms of how the waters were used in a therapeutic context, which is probably the #1 question as an association we get from hot spring operators. They want to know, what does this water treat? Okay, so how do we go about this? Well, we're starting in a very simple way, which is looking at the historical data. So on the left here, you see a mineral analysis that was done in 1927, which is the last time a very thorough therapeutic mineral analysis of North American waters was completed. On the right, we have it translated onto our website for access to the general public, as well as a link that we provide to the members of our association who perform these analyses so that they can promote it through their own website and to their guests about the therapeutic benefits that the water maintains traditionally. Moving on from that, we need to go to a full classification, which will include the scientific correlation, as well as what we learned today, the importance of the microbiome analysis, which I've been talking about, but we can't underestimate, especially, or underemphasize, especially after the presentations we've heard today. This is another project that is an association with our group called the Hot Springs Hot Springs of America. This is a website you can go to, and it lists all the current thermal sites and the offerings that they have. I would just like to emphasize that none of these sites currently have medical operations on them. These are all recreation and wellness sites in North America, so a major opportunity for the promotion of health in North America. So my association, the Balneology Association of North America, as well as the Trade Association for Hot Springs Business and Trade, have been advising for the Model Aquatic Health Code, which is a swimming pool code for how pools are treated. Like Dr. Cohen was saying about how we don't have an international standard for the treatment of thermal mineral waters currently in the United States. These waters are being treated the same way that any recreational swimming pool would be, which includes chlorination and the killing of the therapeutic microbiome. So my position and the position of the Balneology Association of North America is that thermal mineral waters need to be classified as distinct therapeutic agents, because if we can do that, we can protect the therapeutic nature of the waters in their administration and delivery. And I think this is essential. So a little bit about my own practice and why I'm in the role that I am in. I'm a naturopathic physician, which is kind of a unique specialty within the United States. I'm a primary care medical doctor with specialty training in integrative therapeutics. So that includes pharmaceuticals, but a major part of my practice deals with nutrition, prescriptions, natural medicines like nutrient concentrates, herbal medicines, homeopathics, manual therapy such as chiropractic and osteopathic manipulation, therapeutic injections like neural therapy, prolotherapy, biopuncture, acupuncture, physiotherapy, hydro and balneotherapy, and of course lifestyle education. So none of these therapies are distinct or descript or the only thing that we use, but these are how we approach a patient-specific case. Looking at what we would call the therapeutic order. So this is a hierarchy of treatment ideas that we use to assess the patient in front of us and base our treatment on the needs of the individual. So this is patient-specific medicine, individualized medicine, where we can look from everything from high-force interventions such as a pharmaceutical suppression or a surgical suppression of a pathology, down to the establishment of the basis for optimum health. And the reason why I present this to you today, besides the fact that I think it is a very clinically applicable model, is because I believe that the health resort as a model for integrative health delivery because of just the fact that we were hearing in our previous colleagues' presentation about what can actually be delivered at the healthcare resort. I believe that we have a model. This is not an acute hospital, it's not an emergency room, but it's a model whereby the entirety of this therapeutic order can be delivered over a longitudinal period of time, an interventionary period of time. These can be centers for education in lifestyle health principles, as well as treatment and management of disease. So I will just briefly run through this concept of the triad of function as a model of salutogenesis, or the concept of health promotion. Regulation in the body is what generates health. The nervous system, the organ systems, the circulatory system, the ability for these systems to communicate and regulate is how the body maintains and develops health. We have, with balneology, a single therapeutic that can affect all of these systems simultaneously. Incredible. There's no other agent that I know of that can operate at that level. And we have distinct mechanism of action. We understand this in a very detailed way in the factors in which balneotherapy interventions affect the nervous system, the different organ systems, and the circulatory system, not just in distribution of blood, but actually the qualitative markers within the blood itself, cytokines, chemokines, etc. So this is a piece of patient education that I use, but I will go through it very quickly with you, which is to say, when we have dysregulation or issues that affect the ability of the body to regulate, that means a stress, we lead to dysfunction. Stresses can be categorized namely into psychological stresses, chemical or environmental stresses, and physical injury and stress. As these stresses accumulate, we lose regulatory function, and when we cross the threshold point, we get the presentation of symptoms. So symptoms as the result of a loss of function. Treatment that is based in restoring function, like balneotherapy, will be able to improve function, reduce symptoms, and eventually eliminate or better adapt to the stresses that cause that dysfunction in the first place. So these are important concepts, I believe, in how we approach integratively therapy with balneotherapeutic centers. The way that I will assess the functional status of a patient is through detailed case history, comprehensive physical exam and osteopathic assessment, Chinese tongue and pulse analysis, nutritional analysis, blood panel, and advanced laboratory findings. which the totality of all this is what gives us the basis for where there might be dysregulation, and then we can design our course of treatment, again, in a patient-specific manner, and this allows us to design our program for rehabilitation. So it's more than pathology. We have a system of health rehabilitation in integrative medicine. This includes things like diet program, herbal prescription, nutritional concentrates, acupuncture, physiotherapy, which is where I would also include balneotherapy, and of course lifestyle education. These are the kind of the rationale for why these must be included in a comprehensive treatment program. Again, I would say that we have the ability to include all of these and enhance all of these through the delivery of balneotherapy. And balneology in the United States represents an underutilized therapeutic tool. It's a supportive therapy that can be implemented to enhance the lasting outcomes, not only of the treatments that I mentioned, but it's a two-way street. I believe that those treatments will also affect the outcome of the balneotherapeutic intervention. It's an excellent choice of a therapeutic, multiple mechanisms of action, a physiologic basis for treatment, and we need greater utilization beyond wellness in the United States. Again, balneology, when we look at the other kind of integrated therapeutics that we can apply alongside a balneotherapy program, we see how balneotherapy can actually enhance those integrative therapies, improve the distribution of nutrition, improve assimilation of herbal and nutritional medicines, enhance the effect of acupuncture, incorporate it alongside other physiotherapeutic elements, and of course the health resort as a basis for lifestyle education and experiential learning. I think when a patient experiences the vitality and health of a balneotherapy cure treatment, there's no better way to ingrain and solidify those education of lifestyle points in that person and give them something to physically leave with, the sense of health and well-being. And so we go beyond medication. We talk about regulation and rehabilitation. So in balneotherapy is a system of regulation and rehabilitation beyond just medication of symptoms. The limitations in the United States, of course, is that we have lack of medical coverage for balneotherapy, a lack of public awareness and history, culture. I mean, after our history presentation yesterday, I said, boy, we really have nothing in the United States. We need to really work on that. But and of course, the lack of properly trained physicians and health support staff, which is part of what our organization is hoping to improve by supporting research efforts, public policy improvements, education initiatives for operators and potential health resort guests, education programs for spa attendants, and source site specific identity project, which is the culmination of our classification. Each site has its own specific identity, including the microbiome of the site, and our partnerships with international groups such as Femtec, ISMH, et cetera. And our goal is to see balneology elevated in the United States and in North America in general to the position of status it maintains internationally. And we look to Femtec and to all of you in this room for that collaborative effort and help. So thank you very much. Grazie mille.
Mark, congratulations for me. Your speech, la tua presentazione è stata come una musica, like a music for me,
Grazie.
because we began 25 years ago to build, to propose a medical center, Mr. Dr. San Giorgi. We found it in Riolo Terme. You were in Riolo
Yes,
Terme,
I went.
the first Italian center for integrated thermal medicine. And for us is our goal.
Fantastic.
And, we are director of the Integrated Medicine Center of WHO.
Fantastic.
So that for me is very, very interesting and very glad.
Well, we need to bring this
Thank
to
you.
the world. Thank you so much, and thank you for having me here, Dr.
Okay,
Solomon.
congratulations.
Thank you, Marcus, for this presentation. Now we move on with Dr. Fornasini. Thermal mud and cellulite, our experience.
Buongiorno. Ok. E io voglio parlare di una piccola esperienza che abbiamo fatto nel nostro centro termale riguardo il trattamento della cellulite con il fango termale. La cellulite è uno dei più comuni disturbi che colpiscono le donne dopo l'adolescenza. È caratterizzata dalla presenza di noduli, edema e di una anormale fibrosi. A livello di eziopatogenetico osserviamo che c'è un edema del tessuto sottocutaneo, gli adipociti perdono la loro funzione primaria e anche la loro struttura e c'è un cambiamento nel tessuto reticolare, quindi a livello delle fibre reticolari. Inoltre si osserva una microangiopatia. L'eziologia è multifattoriale, non è ancora completamente chiarita e coinvolge fattori ambientali, ormonali e genetici. Sappiamo infatti che il lifestyle interviene molto nella patogenesi della cellulite, in particolare una dieta ricca di grassi e di sale e di conservanti, la mancanza di attività fisica, il fumo, il consumo di alcol, insomma ci sono una certa serie di cose che possono intervenire in questa patologia. Abbiamo visto che la cellulite, cioè nell'evoluzione della cellulite, gli adipociti hanno un ruolo centrale, in quanto gli adipociti sono anche un organo, il tessuto adiposo è anche un organo endocrino che produce delle sostanze che hanno un effetto pro-infiammatorio e anche paracrino. Emanuele ed altri in una loro ricerca hanno dimostrato che a livello del tessuto adiposo sottocutaneo dei pazienti cellulitici c'è da un'espressione dell'mRNA dell'adiponectina, malgrado a livello circolatorio non si verifica nessuna differenza nella concentrazione di questo ormone, quindi probabilmente c'è un effetto proprio paracrino locale dell'adiponectina. Inoltre sappiamo che l'adiponectina ha un effetto di tipo proinfiammatorio. I glucosaminoglicani vengono depositati a livello del tessuto sottocutaneo inducendo una ipossia, una microangiopatia, un'ipossia locale che va a peggiorare il livello di cellulite. E ci sono un po', vabbè, le diapositive non si vedono benissimo, vabbè. E si genera quindi una situazione infiammatoria a livello del tessuto sottocutaneo che è come un po' un gatto che si mangia la coda, va a peggiorare ancora di più la situazione e a inibire ancora di più la produzione di adiponectina e quindi è un gatto un po' che si mangia la coda. Il fango di abano è noto da secoli per il suo utilizzo nelle patologie osteoarticolari. Il microbiota del fango di abano è stato studiato ancora, sono 20 anni che studiamo il suo microbiota e abbiamo visto che la componente maggiore del microbiota del fango di abano sono i cianobatteri, in particolare ETS05, che ha un'azione specifica antinfiammatoria e cicatrizzante a livello del tessuto dell'articolazione e del tessuto muscolare e ha anche un'azione antiossidante. Molte donne che venivano a fare la visita medica mi dicevano, soprattutto 30-40 anni, mi dicevano che non facevano i fanghi perché avevano male da qualche parte o soffrivano di qualche patologia, ma perché vedevano che dopo aver fatto i fanghi termali la cellulite migliorava e quindi vengono tutti gli anni a fare i fanghi proprio per una questione di tipo estetico. Allora siamo voluti andare a vedere se effettivamente c'era un miglioramento del quadro cellulitico. Abbiamo utilizzato per fare questo studio un device che si chiama SoftFTX che va a eseguire da una parte una termografia di superficie, quindi a livello della coscia, e dall'altra parte ha un programma che permette di elaborare e di definire qual è il grado di cellulite. La termografia dona questo tipo di immagine della zona esaminata, per cui adesso qui questo caso non ha i punti blu, comunque i punti blu sono indice di presenza di noduli, quindi di una circolazione deficitaria. Le zone verdi mostrano invece una zona di normale circolazione e le zone rosse invece indicano una zona di edema. Poi il software ha all'interno un software, la macchina ha un software che permette di valutare che stadio di cellulite siamo presenti in base a vari parametri che vanno dalla ritenzione idrica al dolore alla visita medica, la presenza di buccia d'arancia, il diametro della coscia e così via. Nel nostro studio abbiamo arruolato 38 donne che non erano in vacanza, quindi non stavano soggiornando in albergo, stavano facendo la loro vita normale, quotidiana, andavano a casa a mangiare, facevano la loro vita normale. Queste donne erano tra i 20 e i 63 anni, le abbiamo sottoposto a un questionario introduttivo per vedere quali erano, insomma, non so, quanti anni avevano, se facevano attività fisica, se mangiavano correttamente, insomma, per inquadrare un po' la situazione. Le abbiamo sottoposte a delle misure antropometriche, alla bioimpedenziometria e alla valutazione della cellulite col programma SoftFX a T0. 19 di esse si dovevano sottoporre al trattamento di fangoterapia e 19 invece non facevano nessun tipo di trattamento. Abbiamo poi ripreso le stesse misure dopo 8 giorni. Il trattamento è stato effettuato con un fango e bagno termale. Il fango è stato applicato a 42 gradi su tutta la zona della schiena, i glutei, le cosce anteriormente e posteriormente per 15 minuti. Successivamente è stata fatta una doccia di annettamento e poi un bagno termale in acqua sasobrammoiodica per 15 minuti a 36-37 gradi. E ovviamente questo gruppo di donne trattate non ha fatto altri trattamenti nello stesso periodo, non ha sottoposto a massaggi, non è andata in piscina termale, non ha fatto niente altro. Il gruppo di donne non trattate non ha fatto alcun trattamento, l'unica cosa è che mi hanno raccontato successivamente, quando le ho viste dopo 8 giorni, che siccome quando le avevo visitate all'inizio avevo riscontrato la cellulite anche in quelle che pensavano di non averla, mi hanno chiesto la prima volta, mi hanno detto, ma cosa possiamo fare? Beh, intanto bere di più. E quindi tutte quante avevano bevuto di più, però diciamo qualcuno aveva iniziato a fare attività fisica, ma nessuna aveva iniziato a fare trattamenti particolari. Allora, la distribuzione per età, per abitudini alimentari, per fumo, alcol, eccetera, era uguale, diciamo statisticamente distribuita in maniera uguale nei due gruppi, casi e controlli, e anche la distribuzione del grado di cellulite e di edema a inizio trattamento. Dopo 8 giorni sono state appunto rivalutate, le donne che si erano sottoposte a fango hanno riferito di sentirsi più leggere, di aver notato anche loro un miglioramento in quello che era il grado della cellulite e quindi erano molto contente. La bioimpedenziometria a 8 giorni nel gruppo delle donne che si è sottoposte a 6 fangoterapia è risultata inferiore, diminuita, con un livello di significatività statistica corretto. Anche il numero di punti caldi, quindi il grado di edema, si è dimostrato, si è ridotto nel gruppo dei casi in modo statisticamente significativo rispetto ai controlli. E così pure la circonferenza della coscia, che si è ridotta in modo statisticamente significativo nei casi rispetto ai controlli. La classificazione della cellulite ha mostrato che in 10 casi su 18 era cambiato di stadio, quindi era sceso lo stadio della cellulite, cosa che non si è verificato in nessuno dei controlli. Solo 5 donne che avevo valutato dei casi e 4 donne dei controlli a inizio a T0 presentavano dei punti freddi alla termografia. Tutte e 5 le donne che avevano i punti freddi a T0 e che hanno fatto i fanghi a T8 non avevano più punti freddi, mentre le 4 donne che avevano i punti freddi prima del fango, che non hanno effettuato, prima, scusate, T0, che non hanno effettuato il fango, hanno mantenuto questi punti freddi. Questo non è statisticamente significativo perché i numeri sono piccoli, però insomma può essere una cosa da tenere presente. A mio parere si potrebbero fare degli studi che vadano a valutare effettivamente quali sono gli effetti del fango termale euganeo sul tessuto adiposo, valutando anche quale potrebbe essere proprio sul tessuto adiposo e sulla cellulite, valutando anche quale potrebbe essere l'effetto del microbiota del fango di Abano su questo disturbo e anche valutare se questa potrebbe essere un trattamento per la cellulite, soprattutto se questo effetto benefico fosse a lungo termine. Inoltre, secondo me, potrebbe essere considerato il fango e il bagno termale con l'acqua salsobromoiodica un trattamento anche per il lipoedema. Il lipoedema è una patologia un po' orfana, sia di diagnosi che di trattamento. A me è capitato di avere alcune pazienti che venivano con un lipoedema decisamente marcato e diagnosticato, che venivano a fare i fanghi anch'esse perché vedevano che stavano meglio. E siccome è una patologia che insomma coinvolge molto la persona anche da un punto di vista psicologico, se si riuscisse a trovare, una terapia magari non invasiva, perché attualmente l'unica terapia, a parte il linfodrenaggio e il bendaggio, è la terapia chirurgica, potrebbe essere secondo me una cosa positiva per queste donne soprattutto. Quindi dai nostri dati possiamo dire che il fango sembra avere un effetto anticellulite e questo potrebbe essere un nuovo approccio alla cellulite meno costoso e soprattutto meno invasivo. Grazie dell'attenzione.
Grazie per la presentazione. Do you want to introduce?
Dr. Stencio? So the next presentation we have Dr. Stencio from Romania and the importance of balneophysical kinetic treatment in elderly patients. Thank you.
But I need the presentation. No, I don't. I cannot put my presentation.
Let's see. Here.
Yes. Hello. Yes. Can I start it? I'm Dr. Liliana Stanciu from Romania, from Balneal and Rehabilitation Sanatorium Techirghiol, and in the next few minutes I will present to you the scientific paper named The Importance of Balneophysical Kinetic Treatment in the Elderly Patients. Romania is located on the lower Danube within and outside the Carpathian Mountains arch bordering on the Black Sea. We have and we are using a lot and a different kind of natural therapeutic factors. Balneal and Rehabilitation Sanatorium is situated on the shore of Techirghiol Lake near the Black Sea and was established over 1 century ago. Our sanatorium gained its fame over the years due to the great number of the Romanian and foreign patients treated here with natural cure factors. The sanatorium has one of the most modern treatment facilities in the countries. Here, the patients are hospitalized across 3 different wards on 2 different levels, each with a capacity of providing services up to 1,000 patients daily. I want to take this opportunity to publicly thank all my colleagues to their dedication to their work during the pandemic period when we was even quarantine center. From 2007 until present, it started in our sanatorium a complete rehabilitation program and equipped with high-performance medical equipment. We can do in our sanatorium also balneotherapy with hydrothermotherapy, but also electrophototherapy, masotherapy, kinetotherapy, inhalatory therapy, and we can offer over 6,000 medical services per day. The balneary importance of Tekirdağ area consist of association of 3 important therapeutical factors: the lake water, the sapropelic mud, and the climate. The following slides exemplify a series of therapeutical procedures that we do in our sanatorium as a whole balneo kinetic physical therapy. We can do also virtual reality, cardiovascular training system, intermittent vacuum therapy, deep oscillation, superinductive system. In this slide, you can see a statistical analysis on the age of our patients, noting the predominance at age over 50 years old. What it means healthy aging, an important concept for our sanatorium, that it means the optimization of opportunities for a good general health condition so that elders can play an active role in the society and enjoy a high and independent quality of life. Briefly, I will presenting you a study carried out in our sanatorium on the patients over 50 years old with following premises. Aging is one of the most amazing biological processes. There are more than 300 theories that try to explain the phenomenon of aging from biological but also social perspective. Neuroendocrine theory, it's one of the most important theory. The basis is that no part of the human body can act isolated from the nervous system and the endocrine system. The most involved in this process are those that secrete hormones from the ovary, estradiol from the testes, testosterone from the adrenal, dehydroepiandrogesterone, cortisol, and from the pituitary gland, growth hormone. The growth hormone has decreased during our life. This decrease is parallel with decline of IGF system, and this is through central mechanism from the hypothalamus. This paper focuses on the study of hypothalamic pituitary hormonal variation in the light of growth hormone in healthy elderly subjects, growth hormone IGF-1 axis. We have in this study patients older than 50 years with the correct indication of balneal treatment admitted to our sanatorium. The study main objective, it was assessment of endocrine changes in the hypothalamic hypophyseal axis as a biological aging index under pelloidotherapy. We had two batches, one with pelloid thermic neutral applications and another one with mud application, in which we observed the adaptive body response to contrasting pelloidotherapy. Like results for the batch carrying out cold mud bath, the results show a statistically significant growth of insulin growth factor 1, the variation of this hormone demonstrating the positive effect of the balneal treatment with contrasting factors in the biological aging processes. For the batch carrying out warm mud therapy with thermoneutrality, the results showed an increase of IGF-1 close to the statistical significance. Like conclusion, the beneficial effect of the balneal treatment with tachygiol sapropelic mud include the changes in the hormonal secretion with a positive effect on the control of some biological aging process. Thanks to the fame gained with more than 100 years of activity in the balneal field, as well as the current medical research that is being developed, Balneal and Rehabilitation Sanatorium presents and increased addressability, and this classifies our sanatorium as the top of medical units in Romania. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Stanciu. Now I call Dr. Kinkorova. I apologize for this inversion. It's Dr. Salimane's fault. It's not mine. That's not our fault. We knew that. We knew that. Okay. And then maybe.
English. Yes. When you start.
Buongiorno. Benvenuti in Repubblica Ceca, ad una città, Karlovy Vary, che conoscete bene e dove l'Istituto della Spa e Balneologia lavora. No. So, now in English. Welcome to Karlovy Vary, and remember this picture because the next Congress of ESPA will be in 2023 in November, probably, in Karlovy Vary. Yes? And Karlovy Vary is a well-known city, the largest and most visited spa town in the Czech Republic, dynamic international health resort with natural mineral water sources and spa treatment with tradition of more over 650 years. And we are very proud that since 2021, the three Czech spas, Karlovy Vary, Mariánské Lázně, and Františkovy Lázně, are the three cities of great spa towns of Europe by UNESCO. So there are only three towns in Germany, and in Italy you have only one spa town in this UNESCO, so we are better. Welcome to the Czech Republic. About Institute of Spa and Balneology. It is public research institute. It's very young. It was based in 2019. And the aim is to renew research in the field of spa and balneology in the whole Czech Republic. Now the question, how many spa towns do we have in the Czech Republic? Do you know? 38. 38 spa towns in the Czech Republic. And the objective of the research is to objectivize effects of spa treatment on the human health, natural medicinal resources, and also cultural, historical, and social economic aspects of spa industry. As I mentioned, the main role is the research, because 30 years there was no scientific research base, and it led to stagnation of the Czech spa industry. So we want to renew and to translate as much as possible the research results to the practice. The institute is based on 3 pillars. The first and the most important is medical research, then also environmental and social economic aspects of spa industry. As regards the medical research, the first point is the disease prevention. It was mentioned here many times. And what we are stressed, we are focused on personalized treatment based on patient demand. We are also very interested in healthy diet, healthy lifestyle, well-being, and these things. We also use innovative methods and modern technologies, and we also want to react to the actual health problems in our country, that it was post-COVID patients and their treatment. As regards medicinal resources research, we built the new phenomenon that is called spa therapeutic landscape. It means countryside where all aspects of an environment are taken in consideration. So we have new patent that is disintegrated humulines and their use in balneology. It's really very original technology. We also do research on selected chemical parameters and natural medicinal resources. And of course, spa forest protection. Social economic research is based on surveys about patients and clients, how they are satisfied, what are their demands, and what is the role of spa in the whole Czech healthcare system. And we also want to understand the spa as a complex environment with effective transfer of research and development results to the sphere of application area. And we want to have in the field of our research all fields from medicine to culture and history, because, as I mentioned, Karlovy Vary have more than 600 years old history. And it was mentioned here many times, also from Australia and from United States. This research can't be done without wide collaboration. We have collaborations with universities, with hospitals, and we also need to have good relation with spa agencies and sport and touristic environment in the country. And the main project of this institute is Spa Research Center. This is a strategic project, and it was initiated by Karlovy Vary region, and it supports it very much, because based on this project, the Institute of Spa and Balneology will be the leading research institution of spa and balneology in the Czech Republic. And it consists of all aspects that were mentioned here that are parts of spa industry. And now, again, I am in the end of my presentation. This is our first announcement about the European Congress of Spa and Balneology, which will be in 2023, probably in November, in Karlovy Vary, and it will be organized together with ESPA, our institute, which will guarantee the scientific program, and also on this left side from your side, this is Association of the Czech Spas, then is the region of Karlovy Vary and the town or city of Karlovy Vary, because it will be organized together. We are now in discussion. It will be or in September or November. Yes, and next week it will be the first meeting with ESPA in Karlovy Vary, where we decide the the precise date. And I would like to ask you to support us and to contribute to this conference. And you are welcome not only to Karlovy Vary, but to all UNESCO cities and to our country. Yes, and with this, I thank you very much. And this is our institution before the reconstruction. Thank you.
Okay, in our last session, speech for this morning, we have Dr. Tapiokan from the Czech Republic on non-alcoholic fatty liver disease.
Ladies and gentlemen, topics. My lecture is non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. This non-alcoholic fatty liver disease is most common case of chronic liver disease in countries and is the most frequent indication for liver transplantation. Prevalence is in normal population 25% and very high in patients with diabetes 2. It is prevalence up to 55%. Non-alcoholic fatty liver disease is the multi-system disease affecting not only liver and affecting extrahepatic organs and regulatory pathways. Non-alcoholic fatty liver disease increase risk cardiovascular disease and chronic kidney disease. Characterized by steatosis, liver inflammation, hepatocellular injury, and progressive fibrosis. Non-alcoholic steatohepatitis is the very connected with obesity, insulin resistance, and diabetes type 2, and increase the risk of hepatocellular cancer. Liver fibrosis causes is liver fibrosis, chronic hepatitis C infection, alcohol abuses in non-alcoholic steatohepatitis. Liver fibrosis results from chronic damage of liver. Liver fibrosis to cirrhosis, the accumulation proteins in hepatic architecture changes and fibrosis scare and development of nodules in hepatocytes defines cirrhosis. Cirrhosis produce hepatocellular dysfunction, increase intrahepatic resistance to blood flow, hepatic insufficiency, portal hypertension. In this picture is all summarized and non-alcoholic steatosis liver disease begin in obesis adipocytes, in steatosis in liver, liver toxicity with inflamed chronic in fermentation ist hepatitis, and from hepatitis is fibrosis, and end stage is cirrhosis. Diagnostic methods in this time for non-alcoholic fatty liver disease is the images technique and histology in liver biopsy. For follow-up non-alcoholic fatty liver disease is important biomarkers for prognostication, selection of patients for treatment and treatment monitoring. Aim of our study and perspective for the future. First is the finding potential biomarkers for differential future of non-alcoholic fatty liver disease and for progression. Second is to evaluate biomarker in this accuracy, reproducibility, and all characteristic these biomarkers in sensitivity, specificity, and all. We will correlate these biomarkers with imaging technique and with genetics biomarkers and select the optimal biomarkers for our follow-up and prognosis. Aim of study in SPA is SPA, the treatment and longitudinal monitoring. 3 groups of monitored persons. First group is pathological group with non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, 3 weeks on SPA treatment and continuous molecule monitoring minimum every 3 months. We will 1 year. Second pathologic group, standard treatment and detailed examination after 1 year. Third groups, healthy people. Components from treatment is education, diet modification, drinking course, definite procedures, and physical activity monitoring. Laboratory examination is a parameter of glucose metabolisms, lipid metabolisms, fibrosis parameters, parameters of chronic inflammation process, in parameters of bone metabolisms, osteopontin and osteoprotein, and tumor markers. Control examination was in begin and end of stay in elastography, laboratory examination, and special standardized questionnaire. After 1 year, this all elastography, laboratory, and questionnaire we will repeat. And conclusion, expected results, standardization of laboratory methods first, creatinine program from non-alcoholic fatty liver disease for screening and for follow-up disease, and new knowledge about etiopathogenesis of this disease and for optimization and monitoring treatment. And thank you for your attention. I am in head of laboratory in faculty hospital and in Pilsen, and I cooperate with Institute of Spa in Balneology and Czech Republic. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Toporkel. And now they tell me they found the video, the Nancy video is 3 minutes video or not?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, please. And then we conclude this session.
Sorry, you can have a little video which compense. Ouais. The PowerPoint that we cannot show you tout à l'heure, enfin, ce matin. C'est bon? Juste la vidéo. D'accord. Donc en fait, nous avons une toute petite activité thermale au début du XXe siècle qui s'est arrêtée brutalement avec la Première Guerre mondiale. Et l'activité thermale à Nancy n'a duré que quelques années. Nous avons hérité malgré tout de bâtiments historiques qui sont du début du XXe siècle, et nous avons également hérité d'une source qui est à 35 degrés, issue d'un forage donc de 1909. Nous avons eu une reconnaissance par l'Académie nationale de médecine et nous traitons comme affection la rhumatologie. Le projet a été réinitialisé de refaire du thermalisme à Nancy en 2008, et nous allons enfin pouvoir ouvrir le site thermal en 2023. Ce site aura donc 3 activités principales: une activité de piscine, une activité de spa et une activité de wellness. Et comme je vous l'ai expliqué ce matin, un pont va être construit entre ces différentes activités. Et les acteurs universitaires de Nancy, de l'Université de Nancy, qui sont fortement impliqués, ainsi que tous les professionnels de santé, qui nous permettent d'ouvrir une structure complémentaire qui s'appelle Thermasport et Thermasanté, ainsi qu'un institut européen du thermalisme qui va permettre de faire de la recherche et de vous proposer des protocoles innovants. En même temps, puisqu'il y a un engagement très fort de tous les professionnels de santé de notre agglomération, nous avons créé une société française de kinésithérapie thermale qui souhaite valoriser la kinésithérapie thermale parce que chez nous, elle se pratique encore comme au début du XXe siècle. Et puis pour la 8e année, nous faisons notre université du thermalisme qui sera consacrée au sport et à la prise en charge des sportifs en eau minérale naturelle. Nous avons déjà publié un article et nous espérons donc que vous contribuerez largement à cette démarche donc de prise en charge des sportifs. Merci beaucoup.
Okay, I think also on behalf of Dr. Cohen, we want to thank everybody and particularly the speakers for being very punctual, because our deadline was 11:45. We are 1 minute and a half late, which is quite good. Quite a good result. Unfortunately, we cannot have, for this reason, we cannot have we cannot have discussion because Umberto prefers coffee. No.
We can talk in the tea.
Yes, we can talk to each other during the coffee break. That's fine. So we can do both. Okay, thank you to everybody. 15 minutes, then back here for the rest of the session.
diciamo che oggi è una giornata perfetta, insomma, per stare insieme, per discutere su queste tematiche.
Bene, grazie Fabio. Prima di chiudere di questo, in tutto quello che abbiamo detto, ci siamo detti anche in questi anni, ma in questi ultimi mesi specialmente, oggi è stato sottolineato anche dai colleghi che vengono da paesi lontani, ad esempio dall'Australia e dagli Stati Uniti, proprio di parlare di medicina termale integrata in cui l'esercizio fisico ha un ruolo estremamente importante. Ma la dimostrazione anche concreta di questa nostra alleanza, di questo nostro matrimonio, diciamo, qui vicino a me, accanto a me, c'è il professor Vitale, che è stato oggi stamattina uno dei coordinatori della tavola rotonda, che è quello anche come rappresentante della FOST, è quello che ha dato il contributo, diciamo, per far partire questo studio Morfeo sul sonno. Ti faccio fare un breve saluto anche da Vitale, che rappresenta anche il mondo delle scienze motorie.
Grazie. Sì, infatti il contributo della Forst è il contributo che ci ha permesso di partire con questo studio pilota iniziale per arrivare a capire meglio i meccanismi alla base dell'efficacia del termalismo e dell'attività fisica sul miglioramento della qualità della vita delle persone.
Ti dice due parole anche lui, un secondo.
Grazie Fabio, sono Marco. Grazie Fabio e saluto te, ti faccio i complimenti per il congresso della SISMES e saluto tutti i colleghi delle scienze motorie che tu hai radunato all'Università Statale di Milano. Avete già detto tutto. Voi due, l'alleanza fra l'attività motoria e il termalismo, non solo inteso come medicina termale, ma anche come setting termale, i luoghi termali sono dei potentissimi facilitatori degli stili di vita e tra l'altro possono anche diventare una sede ottimale, qui è stato discusso abbastanza, anche dai colleghi stranieri, per la formazione e l'educazione ai corretti stili di vita e sicuramente l'attività motoria, così come l'alimentazione, eccetera, sono pilastri degli stili di vita. Per cui credo proprio che questi due mondi dell'attività motoria professionalmente guidata da laureati in scienze motorie e della medicina termale, della balneologia, come si indica internazionalmente, dovrebbero, già lo fanno un po', ma dovrebbero collaborare di più. Noi abbiamo cominciato tramite il vostro progetto, eccetera, ma bisognerà sicuramente intensificarlo. Bene, grazie e un caro saluto a tutti.
Bene, grazie Fabio e buon lavoro, buon proseguimento di lavoro a tutti voi.
Grazie, buon lavoro anche a voi, arrivederci.
Grazie. Ecco Massimo. Now we have a connection with the headquarters of WHO in Geneva, and we speak the responsible of the program Health Workers Program by WHO. I think that she will introduce this very important program. As you can see in the program, health workers, and we are trying to do a national health workers program, cure to who care, means the treatment for medical doctors which are involved, working in the front, in the war of the pathologies. And they have a lot of problems, stress, pathology, psychophysiological pathology also. But for that, WHO has this program. Pronto? Vediamo se c'è connessione. Spegniamo.
Ciao.
In collegamento la Kane.
Hello, Catherine.
Hello.
Finally, we can see you. Right. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Catherine, for your time, for your disponibility to participate, to say welcome to our Congress. Please.
Okay, one moment. I'm going to do this correctly. I learned last night. It worked. Okay. I am very happy to be with all of you today. This is a very exciting opportunity, and I very much wish I were with you in person today to introduce some very important work that we're doing at the World Health Organization with our Working for Health program, the Global Care Compact, and looking at how organizations, especially professional associations and workers themselves, can use these. What I'm going to talk to you about very briefly is what you all know, which is that there were tremendous impacts on the global health and care workforce during COVID-19. This includes, with regard to availability and distribution, there were shortages, there were vacancies, people were asked to do different work. There was a great need for surge capacity, and there were also absences due to COVID-19 illness. I think especially our Italian colleagues will remember how hard it was in Bergamo and around there, especially in the beginning. Similarly, there were health challenges, infections, deaths, stress, burnout, other mental health issues. There was a requirement to care for family members. There was stigma and discrimination. And the working conditions, I think we can all agree, were not ideal, where many were lacking personal protective equipment. There were labor strikes, quarantine and self-isolation requirements, temporary staff contracts, lack of incentives and insurance. Some people weren't receiving their salary regularly, and they were undergoing from the communities. After we saw all of the joy of pot banging in the streets and clapping and thank yous, then we started to see violence and harassment and stigma and discrimination because people were sick of illness, and so they blamed the doctors, and we all know that's not right. There was also a great lack of psychosocial support and other support for health workers that is desperately needed, and a lack of vaccination in many cases. There was, as you see, industrial action in a number of countries. The vaccination among health workers was extremely low, and in some contexts it remains low. There were also, the challenges were causing disruption to the delivery of essential health services and to other services. And you'll note that I'll show you the results of 3 pulse surveys that were conducted, and they were lack of health workforce was a primary bottleneck to delivering access to the diagnostics and treatment, to therapeutics, to PPE distribution, and to eventually COVID-19. So we also looked at 3 pulse surveys that looked at what the bottlenecks for delivering COVID-19 services were. 67% of countries identified lack of health workforce as a primary barrier to delivering essential health services, delivering tools, and to responding in the communities. Similarly, when countries looked at what they were going to need in order to recover from the pandemic, 87% of countries said that they were going to invest in health workforce as part of longer-term system recovery. So it's interesting because they said they were going to do it. Now, where are they going to find the funds, and are they doing it? That's one of the important elements. So looking at 2021, World Health Assembly Resolution 7414 of protecting, safeguarding, and investing in the social care health and care workforce said that we were going to commit to investing, protecting, safeguarding, and that they asked WHO to create a care compact that would actually fulfill this obligation. the UN General Assembly in 2019 had made a political declaration on universal health coverage that actually said that we should be scaling up healthier, safer workplaces and improving access to occupational health services to take necessary steps to protect health and care workers. So we've got 2019 before the pandemic where we said we were going to take better care of health workers. We've got 2021 during the pandemic where we said go take care of health workers. So what happened next? We were asked to create the Global Health and Care Worker Compact, which we worked on with a International Health Law Institute that looked at labor rights, that looked at human rights, and they looked at all of the requirements of international health law and treaties to take care of health workers. And what they came up with and what we came up with was 4 areas of focus, 4 domains, 10 areas of focus within these, and a great number of requirements for what we should be doing to safeguard health and care workers. We presented this at World Health Assembly this year, and in Resolution 7517, the World Health Assembly, composed of 194 member states of the United Nations, said that we have the obligation to take care of fulfilling the rights of health and care workers by preventing harm, by providing support, by ensuring inclusivity, and by safeguarding rights to fulfill the population's right to the highest attainable standard of health through available, accessible health and care services, through respectful, non-discriminatory care, and through safe quality care. So this is the process that we went through, the intensive consultation, including with health worker organizations and with unions and with worker coalitions like the Frontline Health Worker Coalition to look for what we should be doing. And this is how we formulated the Global Health and Care Worker Compact. The safeguarding harm looks at provision of health services, and this includes PPE, includes accessible, affordable, confidential care for physical and mental needs for health workers, ensuring free care, treatment, occupational rehabilitation and support for diseases, injuries, and other health conditions. It looked at protection from violence and harassment. It looked at protection in humanitarian situations of fragility, conflict, and violence. And there were a combination of management actions that should be taken within facilities and within health systems, and policy recommendations for governments to take on board. So what's important, as you see here, is that we look at both what we should be encouraging within the health system and what we should be encouraging for political leadership and for regulation, policy, guidance, enforcement. And then it looked at providing support, fair and equitable compensation. I think we can all agree that that's important. Social protection. So that's benefits for disability, for survivor benefits, for paid maternity and parental leave, and providing benefits including vocational rehabilitation for all health and care workers. And as we look at this, we're looking more at, we're learning a lot more about long COVID. And I think this is going to pose immense challenges for health systems, and your health coverage should be providing for this. We looked at enabling work environments, ensuring that managers have the right training and support. We just launched this week the Human Resources for Health curricula prototype so that institutions can train health managers to manage health workers well. And there are different modules for different types of management curriculum. We looked at ensuring that we're continuing to provide health information as we did during the pandemic, regularly telling what we know, when we know it, and what we don't know. And then establishing safe work environments, including having occupational and health supervisors within health facilities, and providing additional support through supervision for newly qualified health and care workers. We looked at inclusivity. So it's important to realize that 7 out of 10 health workers globally are women. 1 in 25 health leaders are women. So I think it's important to look at how we ensure that we provide inclusive and respectful work environments, enforcing zero tolerance for discrimination, initiating and strengthening information campaigns, and increasing the proportion of women in leadership roles. And this should be done also through legislation. Then safeguarding rights. You have the right to unionize, to collective bargaining. You have the right to whistleblower protection. If something is not going right, if you report that in your facility there is not sufficient personal protective equipment, you have the right to report this without retaliation, and it should be addressed. And then all these enabling actions, and here's an important element of where we come into how we're going to make the Care Compact a reality. We're in the process now of creating a global database and a global repository that you will be able to consult, and that we're going to encourage national governments to do a self-assessment on where they are with regard to the Care Compact, and then to report in several years, how have we taken on board all of these recommendations and ensured that our national policy and regulatory environment and our action at subnational level, how are we going to report that we are not only looking at where our gaps are, but then we're taking action to strengthen our capacity building? We at WHO are working towards universal health coverage. A number of countries have come on board to ensure that there is universal access to health services, that these quality of services improve health in communities, that make us stronger against future pandemics and more able to be productive in the workplace, that care doesn't cause financial hardship. So a lot of people don't access care because they can't afford it, which means that they stay at home, they infect their neighbors potentially, their ill health makes them not able to work, and they end up on social support systems. So we look at this as primary health care as the cornerstone of universal health coverage. And we have a global commitment to achieve this. This requires adequate numbers of competent health workers with the optimal skills mix and who are equitably distributed, adequately supported, and enjoy decent work. This comes from the Global Strategy on Human Resources for Health, and this is our strategy for 15 years, from 2016 till 2030, and we use evidence-based health workforce policies to optimize health workforce performance, align health workforce investments, build institutional capacity, and strengthen data and evidence. This is done in many ways through our Working for Health Action Plan, and we're on the second iteration, and we're looking at optimizing, building, and strengthening the health workforce in every country through planning and finance, through education and employment, and through protection and performance. Global challenges in health settings, these are not new, but all of these challenges that you see, and I won't talk to every one of them, but I will leave you with this slide set because I think it's important to take a look at it in your own time, to look at whether you recognize some of these challenges within your health setting and how you can act to make a change in these. It is the responsibility of every worker and of every organization, of every manager and every system, and of your political leadership to make change. And we are here to work with you to do so. We also recently came out with a report, and I'll stop sharing my screen. We also recently came out with a report on health and care within the of mental health, and we worked on this with the University of Qatar to look at mental health in health and care settings. And this included a number of recommendations on how we can improve mental health and looking at the impact of the pandemic on the mental health of health and care workers. So there are any number of recommendations within that report, and I'll share also within the slides, which you can review at another time, what some of those recommendations were. So we went from initially fear of infection to then subsequently fear of being attacked, of aggression, burnout, and other issues due to continued stress. And I think all of us have an opportunity to work together on changing that dynamic. So I look forward to speaking with you, maybe perhaps a little bit informally, and then I'll leave my presentation as an opportunity for you to take a look at how you would like to work with the World Health Organization to advocate for change and to make those changes in your own environment, and then to advocate globally for more protection, more safeguarding, more investment in the health and care workforce.
Thank you, Catherine, for your presentation. As you know, our federation, the World Federation of Hydrotherapy and Climatotherapy, is NGO in official relations with the WHO, and we are ready to support your activities. We are thinking about a special program in Italy, and I think we will propose this program for other countries, member countries, concerning the program Care Who Cure. And I think we have a good specialist, and then we could work very well. I give just a second the floor to the Dr. Mark Copeland for United States. Now he's the chair of this workshop, and to see this impression.
No, and we thank you so much for such a thorough report. It's quite impressive to see the complexity and multifactorial approach that WHO is taking to this issue, which we in the healthcare field know is in our face right now. And so maybe I just have one quick question that you could speak to. You mentioned the challenges. You had the slide of potential challenges and pitfalls facing us. Is there an area that you believe to be of highest importance when we are approaching kind of potential challenges in implementation of the program that you laid out for us? Thank you again.
Well, the challenges are many at each of the levels. From the global standpoint, we look at a structured intervention that looks, so right now we're in the process of developing a roadmap that looks holistically at the development and support for the health workforce. And this is looking at starting from mapping the public health needs, the service needs in health, then educating the health workforce to deliver on these health needs by a structured educational approach that develops competencies, skills, and knowledge that doesn't just say, here's the knowledge you need, you tell us you've learned it, and now we're going to put you into practice, but rather doing skills and practice and competency training, competency-based education, and then that deploys a public health workforce that is ready to take on those challenges. So when we look at challenges, we look at the individual level. What can individuals do? We're very careful, however, to differentiate between putting the burden on health and care workers to be resilient. Yes, all of us should be resilient. The system has the responsibility to support us in this. Resilient doesn't mean you can keep packing on burdens like lack of personal protection, like lack of mental health support, like 20 to 40 to 70 additional hours per week, like attacks and discrimination in health facilities and in the community. That isn't what resilience means. What resilience means is having the skills and abilities to be able to address what's going on. Then your management looks at what in fact is needed by management to support this. This is having mental health resources in the long term, developing those psychosocial support, individual psychosocial support interventions, but then running all the way up to having resources within your facility and having resources to be able to refer health and care workers to more support that is financially supported. What else does that go to? To the health system. What does that mean? Ensuring that all the systems and policies look at the Global Health and Care Worker Compact, and they look at those management actions and say, what can we put in place to ensure that we're preventing harm in the workforce environment, to ensure that we are providing all the necessary support and decent work, fair working hours, fair pay, fair remuneration and incentives, career opportunities, to ensure that we're inclusive in doing this, and to ensure that we are safeguarding workers' rights. And then we look at those systemic interventions. Does the policy environment support this? Does the policy environment, in fact, welcome the interventions of organizations like yours, especially organizations in official relations? You come to us before the World Health Assembly next year. You come to us as we're continuing to roll out, and we will be coming back to you, believe me, as we're rolling out the Global Health and Care Worker Compact. It isn't just talking to member states and saying, you agreed to this because it's a non-binding resolution. And what you will all know as knowledgeable experts in this global stage, non-binding means it's really up to organizations to come to the World Health Assembly, to come to your governments and say, this is what we believe is our right.
Thank you so much. This is a very complex topic, and so we really thank you for the work that you've put into it and for sharing it in such a easy to understand way. So we thank you very much.
Thank you, Catherine, and
Very
we were
sorry
right. Thank you, thank
about
you.
this.
Goodbye. Thank you, thank you. Come? Non è lui, è l'uomo computer man. Vela? Vediamo Vela, va bene, facciamo. Adesso diamo la parola a Vela, c'è la messicana, non so. Scusa, di dov'è? Cosa? Vela dov'è? Di dove? Argentina. Però quanto parla? Che si è infilata così. Bisogna dirglielo, perché questi sono infilati. No, poi dopo c'è la mezz'ora gli spagnoli che fanno. Poi mai stacca, no, stacca pure. È bloccato. Vela, poverino, l'Argentina, vedi. Sì, così. Esatto. No, ma non c'è problema. Sei qui, dai. Sei qui. C'è problema. Adesso arrivano gli spagnoli, adesso per gli spagnoli ci sono. Excuse me, quanto parla Emma? Quanto parla Emma? Emma, quanto parla in totale? No, la presentazione Urense. No, massimo giusto, abbiamo 10 minuti, poi mezz'ora. 30 minutes for presentation of 20 minutes, I think, I don't know. 15, 20 to present, to show Urense and your region. It's very important. 20, 25, because it's important. Your guest country, excuse me, is important because España.
Well, thank you very much.
Galicia, quindi adesso, forza, parliamo. You can go. Argentina.
Thank you very much for the invitation, Dr. Celoimene. For me, it's a great pleasure to be here. I am from Argentina. I am professor in Universidad del Comahue in Argentina, and I am part of the team of research with Dr. Maraver in Complutense de Madrid. I will speak about the thermal environment is an ideal space for the treatment of geriatric syndromes. This presentation will be divided in 4 parts. The first part will be, I will speak about thermal environment. Second, balneotherapy and longevity. Third, I will speak about a very successful experience in Confrentes Thermal Center. And the last one, I will present a pilot study about profile of user of the Confrentes Thermal Center with respect to frailty, pre-frailty, and geriatric syndromes prevalence. Okay, I think that I am middle, and now I am half Argentina, half Spain. In South America, and maybe in Australia, we don't have history my country should have 200 years of history, but we have a lot of natural resource. So I always think that the thermal medicine is the medicine of the 4 elements. The mud is there, is the earth, the steam bath is the air, the heat is the fire, and mineral water is the water. And with this concept, this year, the group of Antonelli published this paper about environmental health and the healing environment. We have to think always the environment like a precious resource that we have to protect. But the environment is a source of elements with capacity to maintain and actively promoting health and well-being. And we are working in this concept in the thermal environment. The concept of benefiting from natural environments for health promotion is not a new and dates back to many ancient traditions. And I think that this concept, like thermal environment, like Dr. Maceiro spoke yesterday, is very important in these days. Later, our team asked about what research are up to date about balneotherapy and longevity. And this research is from Japan about older adults, a prospective 3 years cohort study. Later, we found this work about Barioluc-Leven, this team presenting several different papers. This is one, combining balneotherapy and health promotion to promote active and healthy aging. This group of Barioluc-Leven present this work, a benefit of 3-week outpatient balneotherapy program and patient-reported outcome, always in old people over 65 years. And this work inspired to us because this is an analysis of the health profiles and prevalence of fall for patients over 65 years of age in thermal environment. The thermal center that I will be speaking developed Rosita Longevity. It is an app, and this trial is about the impact of 12 months web and smartphone visit intervention during SPAC therapy to improve long-term physical activity of patients with chronic disease. And this is the last study identifying frailty in thermal spa clinical setting, a cross-sectional study. So when we look, we don't find anything in Spain, but we in Spain, we have a thermal program. Inserso is a program was born in 1989. Respond to the demand of older people to be able to receive recovery treatment in specialist thermal establishment, and have a doubly interested for elderly people, not only for pain, was thinking about recover function, but really, all the thermal centers are thinking in pain. There are a lot of elder people and don't think the thermal center like a place for recover functionally. And so I will speak about Cofrentes. Cofrentes is a thermal center. We have balneotherapy, steam bath, douche, respiratory treatment. We have a sulfate water to drink for treatment, and we have a complementary treatment, hydrotherapy, mud pack, work with therapists, occupational, and rehabilitation too. But the more successful thing that in this time do Cofrentes is the School of Longevity and develop Rosita app. Rosita app, you can go, and is a freedom app you can take in your telephone, and this School of Longevity is very special because we have nutritional, we have psychology, we have a group interdisciplinary of workers, and the people who go to Cofrentes could continue the treatment and with Rosita app, Rosita Longevity. Okay, with all of this, we want to do, we want to know which was the profile of the user of the Cofrentes spa with respect to frailty, pre-frailty, and geriatric syndromes prevalence. The longevity treatment program and balneotherapy has been initiated at the Cofrentes spa, and the Rosita Longevity app has been developed. The aim of this project is to help the elderly to create new life habits that will help them to build their longevity strategy also from their own home. So this pilot study is to determine health profile of pre-frail and frail subjects who go every year to Cofrentes spa over 60 years, and demonstrate that the thermal environment is an ideal place to treat this type of syndrome and to prevent its establishment. No investigation has assessed frailty in clinical setting of thermal spa in Spain. All the study in Spain about frailty is in elderly people who are in institutions. They are frailty, yes, but the people who go to the spa are pre-frailty. Well, so we could work with them. That is very interesting. The pilot study was designed as a cross-sectional study. It's the first stage of a longitudinal study. And we use questionnaires were used to evaluate the functionality, depression, nutritional risk, cognitive state, insomnia, and the risk of fall among others. We only have 26 participants, 30 were women, more women than men, 21 were younger than 70 years old, and the 50% were older than 60 years old. There were frail, pre-frail, the 50%, and in the group over 70 years of age, there was higher number of pre-frail. Yes, that is a very important result. The lower level of activity and weakness were repeated the criteria in the pre-frail group. The 60 person have this lower level in physical activity and with a marked difference between men and women. Show worse functionality in females. Yes, that is very important because the great user of the therma are females. Yes. There were no significant difference in functionality, depression, nutritional risk, cognitive status, insomnia, and risk of fall between sex and age group. In terms of quality of life, there was a significant difference between sex, showing worse quality life in women, okay, than men. So, yes, this is the last one. So, sorry. For me, it's very important to say that maybe the thermal treatment could have a gender perspective. Yes, and thank you very much. I choose this sunflower because in Argentina there are a lot of them, and they always look for the sun, but they grow up in the night. And when there is no sun, they look each other for the energy. So I think that we are in that time.
Grazie Maria Lorena, complimenti. Grazie per essere qui con noi. Thank you. Congratulations to you and congratulations to big boss, Professor Maraver. He is a good, excellent school. Adesso abbiamo la guest country, la nostra grande Galizia, Ourense, cluster termale di Ourense, che è uno dei più prestigiosi cluster termali europei, che presenteranno appunto la loro attività nell'ambito della Spagna, che veramente è una delle nazioni più avanzate oggi, grazie alle ricerche del professor Maraver e grazie alle iniziative che Ourense sta facendo nel mondo delle termali. Quindi complimenti.
The video first, Manuel Baltar, but I would like to introduce the video first.
First the video, okay.
Yes, but I would. Okay, thank you so much. So, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for this opportunity. We are really grateful and honored to represent from Galicia and from Ourense, Spain as a guest country. I'm especially happy to take part for the first time in the Femtec Congress because I have been involved in thermal forum and international forums since many years ago, but it's my first time in the Femtec Congress. So Professor Solimeni, very happy to be here. Thank you to Dr. Marita Souto Figueroa and Dr. Maraver to support this Spanish, Galician and Ourense delegation. And first of all, to introduce my presentation of our thermal destination, I would like to share with you the institutional message from the president of our provincial government that he guessed to be here with you, but nowadays we are very close to an elections there. The municipality elections are only in some more months, and so there are some priorities, political priorities there. But I'm very happy to be here, and I'm going to share this message first of all.
I would like to extend a cordial greeting from Ourense Thermal Province to all the participants at this 73rd Congress in Terme di Castel San Pietro. I am at the office building of my government with thermal resources that will be very important for the future Grand Hotel Balneary here in Ourense, in this place. And I am grateful to the president of the World Federation of Hydrotherapy and Climatotherapy, Umberto Solimeni, for giving me the opportunity to say these words and present our candidature to celebrate the 74th Congress in Ourense, located in Galicia region on the northwest of Spain. Ourense is the main thermal province in our country in terms of number of spas. Nowadays we have 7 facilities open. We succeed with an innovative thermal social program that combines train and spa hotels from any point of origin in Spain. But I mainly point out that we have been focused on developing the thermal as our strategic sector because it's a unique tool to front-facing the demographic challenge. Talking to an audience as you, the main researchers in the world of balneology, it's not at all necessary for me to influence in the role that our thermal resources should have in the sustainable development for our changing society. Probably, after the COVID, we need to be able to reinforce the healing tourism and all the possibilities that climatotherapy brings to rural areas involving a healthy lifestyle. I also would like to ensure that the delegate, Dr. Marita Souto, has been working hard and making institutional agreements in order to make it possible for Femtec to choose Ourense as the venue for the next Congress. Among our competitive advantages, we can mention today the high-speed train connection, only 2 hours and 15 minutes from Madrid, a cross-border destination because we are the Spanish province with the largest boundary with another country, that is Portugal, and together we conform a rich euro-region in mineral and thermal waters, offering you a pilgrimage to Santiago de Compostela, enjoying traditional gastronomy, and of course our thermal heritage, the key in our culture positioning. I offer the cooperation as well from my position of President of the European Historic Thermal Towns Association to keep on reinforcing the enhancement of balneology not only in European countries. The Femtec is the only accredited institution in this sector by the World Health Organization, and we have been celebrating only a month ago in Ourense the first Congress on Thermal Tourism with the support of the Tourism World Organization. Even more, we have signed a memorandum with the World Tourism Organization to promote health and thermal tourism, so we extend this opportunity with all the official organisms in this field. Once we have our presentation about Ourense thermal destination in the program of the Congress, I should not enlarge my speech, and I only would like to endorse our commitment with the board to organize an excellent World Federation of Hydrotherapy and Climatotherapy Congress in Ourense in 2023, and wish you had great results of the work carried out during these days in Italy. Congratulations to Dr. Umberto Solimeni and the organizing committee for the excellent scientific agenda. Thermal greetings from Ourense, Galicia, Spain, and looking forward to welcoming you soon. I would like to extend a cordial greeting.
Now I'm going to make a short presentation about our thermal destination and the ecosystem, the thermal ecosystem that we have been developing in Ourense during the last years. It's okay? So we are located on the northwest of Spain, just on the top of Portugal. Dr. Cantista is not now here, but he's a neighbor from us in his country. And in Spain, we have 2 leadership regions in thermal sector, Galicia and also Catalonia. We have more or less the same number of thermal spas. And in province, Ourense and Barcelona are the 2 provinces with the number of spas. This is our territory, we have 92 municipalities, and we have located thermal resources in the capital of Ourense, that is the thermal capital awarded by our regional government, and also in another 15 thermal villages located in rural areas. We have 7 thermal spa facilities, 4 of them with spa hotels, another 3 without hotel, but spa facilities as well. And in the last years, Galicia has developed a vademecum with the support of not only Santiago de Compostela University, but of course, Dr. Maraver team from the Complutense has worked in this project, and our last publications as well from Marita Souto Figueroa about Ourense Terma Bimillenaria. I will introduce shortly our thermal spas. This is the further details that you could have on the website about the vademecum. And we have, for example, Caldas de Partovia with hypothermal and radioactive waters. In the same village in Carballiño, also hypothermal and sulfurous waters. Cortegada, very close to this place, hypothermal here and sulfurous and radioactive waters. And now we are talking about the places with not only the spa and also the hotel spa, so thermal resorts, and we expect that one of these thermal resorts could be the venue of the next Congress. Arnoia was one of the first in the last renewal with hypothermal and sulfurous water. Lobios is in the very cross border with the north of Portugal and is located in a unique natural place that is under protection with hypothermal waters. Laia Scaldaria is very close to the thermal town, very close to Ourense town, only 15 minutes. Spanish Medical Hydrology Society has made his congress last month there with hypothermal and sulfurous waters. And Molgas is one of our historic thermal spas located also in our province with radioactive waters. But we also have another kind of thermal resource that are open-air thermal places that are used with LUDIC purposes. In our region, Galicia has been pioneer in Spain developing a legislation to protect these kind of areas and to preserve the correct use of them. And also Ourense has 4 plants, and we have important brands in mineral water industry. And of course, and our president is also the president of European Thermal Historic Towns Association, because we have a unique thermal heritage. This picture is from a very special place that is very close to Lobios, to this spa. Just in front of here, we can see Portugal. And this is the largest Roman camp that was built next to a thermal area, of course. The thermal heritage makes part of our identity. And in Ourense thermal capital, we can find not only an interpretation center about our origin of the city, and also the sanctuary pool that was a place with ancient pilgrimage from people from all Iberian Peninsula. And also we have a campus, a university campus, makes part of the Vigo University, and the specialization that is going to get the certificate is the Wacha campus. We have different disciplines, and we have science disciplines, but we also have the economic and tourism school, where we have a master specialized in interior and health tourism in this sector. And of course, we are the official venue of Termatalia, that is the big trade show specialized on health and tourism sector that for many years has been arranging 1 year in Ourense and every 2 years in a place from Latin America. About our social thermal plan that was developed by the government of Ourense to support our thermal companies. It's the only one that in Spain you can mix together the train ticket. With only one click in a website, you can book your train ticket from any railway station in any different 40 cities or towns in Spain, directly to the thermal hotel, including your treatments, including your cultural tours or whatever. So this is also innovative because this program is not only for people over 60, as the Inserso program that Dr. Lorena Vela talked about, is up to 50 years. You can be using this program, and your accompanying person could be in any state. So it's a really innovative program, and this has been helping our thermal hotels to keep on the low season and to maintain this objective, the employment and the rural development. And at the moment, we are also developing the sustainability thermal plan with the aim of look for harmonization for these two models of thermal resources that I mentioned, the thermal spa hotels and the open air thermal areas. I'm not going to spend too much time talking about the plan, but I would like to give you the strategic lines that we are heading in this management: cooperative management and tourist intelligence, sustainable growth, space and people, a competitive transformation, and product and marketing. Some of the actions that we are developing in this action plan are in terms of tourism intelligence. We are going to join in the next assembly to the World Tourism Organization to have a sustainable observatory in our destination. And of course, our specialization would be on thermal, as a thermal destination. We are developing a model that would be happy to share with any other thermal destination in other parts of the world. We are also developing the digitalization strategy, not only in thermal, but we have a 3 million project to develop an intelligent destination in Ourense. And of course, we are making the strategic tool with the thermal sector. We need to develop some other tourist products for the leisure, for the people that is achieving our destination as a sustainable place. And so we are now in this thermal plan. Next week on Wednesday, I will be receiving the 2 first thermal eco boats in Arnoia, in this thermal place. These are only for little groups, about 8 people, that could take the eco boats from the thermal spa and visiting the wineries, visiting the old towns and some other resources that we have in our region. We are also developing our own dermocosmetic with the support of a team group from the Vigo University. This is the example of these eco boats that we are receiving. We are working in the health approach, also not only of the thermal spas but also the other thermal open air places, working in researching about the sanitation of the thermal water. We are affording 3 new mineral water recognitions for places that we think that we have to develop 3 new thermal places, and also support our entrepreneurship to think about these new sustainable products that they could develop. We also are planning a pedagogical garden for families, because in this Congress we have talked a lot about the new approach in the society, not only for our major people, but also for the children and for the families. And we think that the best way is to explain them how the water and the resource, the thermal water, could be helping them to develop a sustainable life. So we will have this pedagogical garden. Product assembly, thermal paths, to visit watch their place, and also we have been developing a specialization on sports and farm tricks. For example, in one of our thermal resorts, we have a specialization to receive the people that is training for rowing. Selections from different parts of the world, also from Australia, has been there training and receiving the treatment specialists to reinforce their capacity. And so some of Olympic medals has been training in our thermal resorts. This is the investment of the thermal plan, up to 3 million. I have a website that is only in Spanish, but if you need more detail about the plan, we are following here all the development. And first of all, and I'm going to finish with a video of our destination, only to know more about the venue that you are going to visit next year. I would like to congratulate again the Femtec for this 85th anniversary. Let us hope that thermalism serves to keep on with the international network operation in a time of global uncertainty between the countries, and use thermal to keep this cooperation not only in Europe but also in all the countries. Thank you so much, and I'm going to finish with the video not only about thermal destination but all our 4 main resources that you will find in Ourense and probably most of Galicia and North Portugal place. There are natural resources, gastronomy, of course, heritage, and our main resource that is thermal sector.
Complimenti Emma, perché siamo rimasti molto impressionati da questo imponente capitale e questo programma globale che penso sia unico in Europa, proprio di sviluppo di una regione, da tutti i punti di vista, quindi scientifico, professor Maraver, economico, turistico, sociale, molto importante. È un modello, penso, da portare in tutta Europa, cominciando anche dall'Italia. Mi sento un po' depresso dopo aver sentito queste cose, e mi complimenti, un grande lavoro, e questo è il futuro del termalismo proprio, solo così, uniti, quando c'è il sistema termale, non più i singoli, ma un sistema deve essere. Quindi congratulazioni. Bravi ancora. E congratulazioni a Maria Figueroa, che lei è un po' il motore che ha stimolato a Maria, e a Florana, che come Femtec ha coordinato tutto. Quindi grazie, per noi è stata una grande soddisfazione vedere. Complimenti Paco per il tuo lavoro e la tua scuola, veramente di eccellenza.
So the video, and we have also the institutional press now.
Bravo. Bene. Qua. Ah.
Our commitment to speak the venue of the 74th Assembly